from the committee. Ladies and gentlemen, to support our seminar today to run smoothly, we do really expect that participants here would first write Zoom ID using format, name, and institution. Mode on mute and turn on the microphone only when it's needed. Turn the camera on and must use the official virtual background that we had shared in WhatsApp group. During the Q&A session, participants who wants to ask should turn on the microphone and introduce yourself but by mention your name, institution, and question in English. Join the meeting room during the international seminar. There will be door prize given during the seminar. 6 OVO tokens will be given to participants who ask questions to the speakers at each session. There will be 2 lucky participants at each session. Door prize terms are: the first, the question and answers session will be begin after the speaker explain the material. When the Q&A session begins, participants can ask questions by activate the microphone and the camera feature, then mentioning name and institution. The moderator will select 2 participants to ask questions. Participants who have been selected may ask questions when the moderator has invited them. There will also grand prize given during this seminar. The grand prize terms are: first, participants must attend the international seminar until the end of the event. Photos and screenshots of the seminar. Share International Seminar Event 2021 by uploading it on Instagram story. Add an interesting caption and must tag first International Seminar HMJA, second STIE YKPN, and the third HMJA STIE YKPN. The committee will select lucky winners who post the best caption, and the lucky winner will be announced at the end of the seminar. All the participants will get the certificates. Terms for participant to get the certificate are: first, all participants are required to fill in the attendance form. The attendance link will be shared in the Zoom chat room after the third speaker's session. Participants must take screenshots during the seminar and must be attached in the attendance form. Screenshots should be taken when: first, at the start of the event, at the mid of the event, and the end of the event. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished guests, participants, and committee. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to YKPN Business School, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. On this beautiful and bright day, first of all, we would like to thank God for the blessing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to learn from the prominent, knowledgeable, and resourceful experts whom we believe are able to manifest their knowledge and experience about the development of accountants' prospect and the use of information technology during the new era. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished guests, participants, and committee members. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to YKPN Business School Yogyakarta, Indonesia. On this beautiful and bright day, first of all, we would like to thank God for the blessing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to learn from the prominent, knowledgeable, and resourceful experts whom we believe are able to manifest their knowledge and experience about the development of accountants' prospects and the use of information technology during the new habit era. Here we would have Professor Shaiful Ali as Associate Professor of Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business, Gajah Mada University. Mr. Ari Masli, MACC BSIB, as Internal Audit Manager at Match Dallas, Texas, United States of America. Dr. Wing Wahyu Winarno, as Lecturer of YKPN Business School, Yogyakarta. Since we are here for having our best speakers, this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our honorable guest speakers to be with us here in this seminar Zoom meeting of YKPN Business School, Yogyakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the best applause for them. Excellencies, distinguished guest speakers, honorable participants, lecturers, and students from the universities around Indonesia. On behalf of the committee, I would like to extend my warm welcome for giving your honor presence to the international seminar of Challenges for Accountants in the Adaptation of New Habit Era. Ladies and gentlemen, in this occasion, firstly, I would like to introduce you to the agenda of the seminar. To begin, we will have an opening song and the speeches from the chair of the committee and the chair of the Accounting Student Association, and continued by the opening remark from Professor Baldrik Siregar as the head of Accounting Department of YKPN Business School. Then we will hear the opening speech from Dr. Hardo Basuki, the chairman of Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants, or IAI, and continued by the opening speech from Dr. Haryono Subiakto as the Dean of YKPN Business School. Then, directly we will have the presentation by the guest speakers and question session. After the presentation, there will be a closing ceremony. In addition, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce myself. I am Ika, and I am here as your master of ceremony this morning. To begin our event today, let's ask for the blessing from God by having a prayer based on our own faith and belief. Pray begin. Pray ends. As the opening song, together we will sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to join singing the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the greeting speech from the chair of the organizing committee of the seminar, Aziza Turahman. Please welcome Aziza.
And gentlemen, to the Honorable Dr. Haryono Subiakto, the head of STI YKPN Yogyakarta, to the Honorable Professor Dr. Baldrick Siregar, the head of STI YKPN Yogyakarta, also as the moderator of this seminar. Honorable Mr. Syaiful Ali, Associate Professor of Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business in Gadjah Mada University, also as the first speaker of this seminar. To the Honorable Dr. Wing Wahyu Winarno, Lecturer of STI YKPN Yogyakarta, also as the third speaker of this seminar. And to the Honorable all participants of this, so that we can be here today to attend this International Seminar 2021. Organizing committee, I'm glad and pleased to welcome you, all the participants to this International Seminar 2021. This event is organized, we are organized this event to be held online. Ladies and gentlemen, 2020 is a tough year for all parties due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In this condition, accountants are required, accountants and auditors are increasingly using information systems and information technology. They have to adapt to existing situations and make carrying out their work online a new habit. So, how accountants do their work during a pandemic and what challenges they face in doing their work online? International seminar with the theme Challenges for Accountants in the Adaptation of New Habits Era. This seminar aims to make accountants better prepared to carry out their work in the situation of the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, and of course, also provide provisions for prospective accountants, especially for accounting students in the pandemic. By holding this international seminar, it is hoped that all participants and parties involved in it can increase their knowledge about the development of accounting prospects and the use of information technology in doing their work. Ladies and gentlemen, for successfully holding this seminar, I would like to say thank you to all who involved, especially for the head of STI YKPN Yogyakarta, the head of accounting department of STI YKPN Yogyakarta, the speakers who are willing to attend and deliver their interesting topics for today's seminar, the master of ceremony and the moderator, for all the committee of this seminar, the media partners and the sponsorships, and for all the participants in today's seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question related to today's topic delivered by the speaker, feel free to ask as much as you want on the question and answer section later. Also, we will send you the file module at the end of this seminar via WhatsApp group chat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I can say on this occasion. I hope everyone can earn knowledge from this seminar. Happy learning from the expert. Thank you so much for your attention and good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much, Aziza. Our best gratitude goes to the Accounting Student Association of YKPN Business School who worked so hard in preparing this seminar. Therefore, we would like to invite the chair of the association to have her speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Margaret Brilliantly to deliver her speech.
Dear honorable speakers and moderator, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, first of all, let me say how pleased I am to see so many of you gathered here for the seminar, which of course none of this will happen without God's blessing. Your presence here is a reflection of your interest in this seminar, which one of the programs of Accounting Student Association at YKPN Business School, Yogyakarta. Among us, there are high-level academics and moderators who will lead and guide in this seminar, and I'm convinced that the presence of all of you will contribute to the value of this discussion. Please allow me to thank the committee who have organized the seminar with the assistance of the head of accounting department, Professor Baldrick Siregar. The theme chosen for this year's seminar, Challenges for Accountant in the Adaptation of New Habits Era, is undoubtedly very relevant today. The issues to be discussed in this afternoon with three speakers whom I have no hesitation in describing as exceptional, and it is an honor for me to welcome them. Welcome to Professor Saiful Ali, Associate Professor Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business, Gadjah Mada University, Mr. Ari Masli, Internal Audit Manager at Match Dallas, Texas, United States, and Dr. Wing Wahyu Winarno, Lecturer at YKPN Business School, Yogyakarta. Without wishing to give away too much of my speech this morning, I can already tell how excited we are for this discussion. So without further ado, I will give the floor to our moderator, Dr. Sugiharto, Deputy Dean of Student Affairs and Collaboration, to lead the discussion. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Margaret. I hope one day both of you, Aziza and Margaret, will join us on this stage as the speakers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this moment we will have the opening remark from the head of accounting department of YKPN Business School. His Excellency Professor Baldrick Siregar, we invite you to deliver the welcome speech. Professor Baldrick Siregar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bu Ika, distinguished speakers, and all ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to our seminar entitled Challenge for Accountants in the Adaptation of New Habits Era. On behalf of STIE YKPN, it is a pleasure to welcome you all to this seminar. First, let me tell you that this seminar is organized by Accounting Student Association. This association is led by Margareta. And the seminar committee is led by Aziza. I would like to say thank you and to congratulate both of you and the whole team for holding this seminar. Secondly, this seminar is so significant because we will get knowledge and experiences from experts in the accounting, audit, and financial technology. It is therefore, I need to say thank you very much to our speakers, Pak Saiful Ali from Gajah Mada University, Pak Ari Masli from Match Company, Dallas, Texas, the USA, and Pak Ali Masli, please say my hello to your wife, Nettie. And Pak Wing, one of our faculty members of STA YKPN. I also say thank you very much to Pak Hardo Basuki, Regional Chairman of Indonesian Institute of Accountants, for his willingness to attend and to give remark at this seminar. Thank you for being with us today, Pak Hardo Basuki. I'm sure this seminar will be interesting, not only because the topic is interesting and up to date and the great speakers, but also because our moderator, Pak Sugiarto, is a hilarious man. And I believe he would be able to lead this seminar very seriously, but also maybe with a little joke. And finally, I believe the seminar will be beneficial for everybody, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Baldrick Siregar, for the warm welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, this moment we will have the welcome speech from the chairman of Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants, or IAI. His Excellency Dr. Hayobali, We invite you to deliver the welcoming speech, Dr. Hardo Basuki. The floor is yours.
Yeah, okay.
Mic-nya
Thank you
masuk.
very much. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Because controlled by the STI YKPN, I cannot open myself. All right. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
All right. Honorable
Salam.
Dean of the YKPN Business School, Dr. Haryono Subiakto, the Honorable Head of Accounting Department, Professor Dr. Baldrik Siregar, Honorable Speaker, Mr. Saiful Ali, PhD, Associate Professor of Accounting, Department, and Honorable Speaker, Mr. Ali Masli, MRCC BSIB, Internal Audit Manager at Match, Dallas, Texas, USA. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Wing Wahyu Winarno, Lecturer of YKPN Business School. Honorable Moderator, Dr. Sugiarto, Deputy Chairman, YKPN Business School. Honorable Head of Accounting Department Student Association, STI YKPN, Ms. Margaret Brianti. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all at the opening ceremony of the seminar held by the Accounting Department Student Association, STI YKPN, on the topic of challenges for accountant in the adaptation of new habit era. Secondly, allow me on behalf of the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountant, District of Yogyakarta, to give a special thanks and appreciation goes to the Accounting Department Student Association, STI YKPN Yogyakarta, who initiated and organized this webinar. As we already know, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected educational system worldwide, leading to the near total closure of schools, universities, and colleges. According to the UNICEF monitoring, 134 countries are currently implementing nationwide closure and 38 are implementing local closure, impacting about 98.5% of world student population. Only 39 countries schools are currently open. Dear ladies and gentlemen, there is now a great deal of discussion concerning the impact of COVID-19 and the implication for working practices and human resource management. Much of the content and comment on this topic tend to be general nature, offering observation and guidance that seeks to define what a new normal might be. For example, that remote working will become the norm and that working practices will become more flexible. While this may be indeed what happened, because COVID-19 is a global pandemic, we need to understand its impact on working practices, well-being, and human resource management. It is likely many changes will be common across the country context, but we should also expect given institutional differences, that there will be localized nuances. Now, what is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our accounting profession? In the pre-pandemic period, the accountant and auditor could immediately carry out their work in the office or in their client companies to conduct the audit. But during the pandemic situation, they have to do their work online from their own homes. Accountants and auditors are working from remote places. They are increasingly using information system and information technology. They have to adapt to existing situation, and remote working will become the norm, and that working practices will become more flexible. How accountants and auditors do their work during the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, and what challenges they face in doing their work online are interesting topic to study. The seminar aims to make accountant better prepared to the new situation. As I previously mentioned, because COVID-19 is global pandemic, we need to understand its impact on working practices, well-being, and human resource management. Finally, I wish the seminar be successful, and I wish you have a most fruitful day with interesting and stimulating discussion and exchange of knowledge. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala bless all of us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hardo Basuki, for the welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have the opening remark from the Dean of YKPN Business School, His Excellency Dr. Haryono Subiakto. We invite you to deliver the welcoming speech as well as officially open this international seminar. Dr. Haryono Subiakto, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bu Ika. Chairman IAI Yogyakarta, Mr. Hardo Basuki, the speakers, Professor Saiful Ali, Mr. Ari Masli, and Mr. Wing Wahyu Winarno. Moderator, Mr. Sugiyarto, and Head of Accounting Department, STI YKPN Business School, Professor Baldrik Siregar, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good day and God bless us. Welcome to this webinar, seminar STI YKPN that conduct by Accounting Student Association. First of all, we have to thank God for this blessing so that we can have this opportunity to conduct this seminar. Secondly, I thank you very much, all participants, especially speakers, moderator, committee that have prepared this program. That is Accounting Student Association. And come together with us, Mr. Hardo Basuki, Chairman IAI Yogyakarta. Today's seminar topic is challenge for accounting in the adoption of new habit era. It is very interesting topic because we don't know when COVID-19 will over. So we do hope that this seminar will be fruitful for all of participants. So please open together this
There seems any connection problem
Dwi
with,
Ika.
yes. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Haryono, for the opening remark and for officially open this seminar. I sincerely hope that this seminar will be fruitful for all of us here. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, the seminar could run smoothly because of the support given by the sponsors. The sponsor for today's seminar are the sponsor for today's seminar are Fajar Frozen, Joe Kos, then supported by IAI and GMH Bersatu. And also our media partner, Instagram, Info Seminar Nasional, Event Lomba 67, Webinar.id, Event Mahasiswa 3, Seminar.ind, and Pusat Seminar. The distinguished guest speakers and participants, as we have finished our opening ceremony, now we will have the presentation. To lead the presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Sugiharto to moderate the seminar today. Ladies and gentlemen, big applause for Dr. Sugiharto. Dr. Sugiharto is Deputy Dean of YKPN Business School, who has completed his undergraduate in accounting program, YKPN Business School. He also had completed the master and doctorate of accounting from the University of Western Australia. Dr. Sugiharto is still actively teaching students, both undergraduate and postgraduate program, and managing programs for student affairs and collaboration. Dr. Sugiharto, the floor is yours.
Unmute. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Ika, Mrs. Ika. Sorry, I thought you are not married yet. You are Mrs. Ika. Okay. I think the committee can stop sharing my information. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, students and colleagues. Hopefully, all of you are doing well. I would like to warm welcome Professor Saiful Ali, Pak Wing Wahyu Winarno, Pak Haryono, Pak Hardo, and Ari Masli, who exactly in front of me in my screen. Okay, once again, hopefully all of you are doing well.
Morning, Pak.
Morning. Thank you for making the time to join HMJA or Accounting Student Association seminar today. It's, of course, especially a great moment to have Professor Ali, Dr. Wing Wahyu Winarno, and Mr. Ari Masli with us today. I believe today is going to be a great day for all of us because we are all around the world, because this is international seminar, impatiently waiting for this conference in order to enrich our insight and knowledge regarding the challenges for accountants in the adaptation of new habits era. Well, before the seminar begins, please allow me to briefly introduce STI YKPN Business School to all of you, because I believe there are many participants from outside STI YKPN. Okay. And of course, STI YKPN is the main supporting sponsor in this seminar. That's why I would like to share screen about STI YKPN for a couple of minutes. Okay. I think everybody can see my screen now. Is it correct? Okay.
Yes, yes, clearly, yes.
Okay. First, I will show you, okay, the vision of STI YKPN Business School, which is to become an Indonesia best school in 2030, recognized by academic and business societies in Southeast Asia. By carrying out this seminar, we expect that we will be known better and recognized at least by the people around the Southeast Asia region. And the next one, I will show you the mission of STI YKPN, which is to provide excellent education, research and social services in the fields of accounting and management by collaborating with other parties, domestic and overseas, and by performing good organization governance and holistic internal quality control. The collaboration in this seminar is one of the program that help in order to realize our vision. We do expect that this collaboration will be sustainable and beneficial for all of us. Okay, and a little bit about STI YKPN. STI YKPN was established in 1980. We are the first private business school in Indonesia. We have 60 faculty members, 4 professors, and 25 doctors. And we also have more than 3,000 students and more than 20,000 alumni. Okay. Okay. We also have here accounting and management program, both in undergraduate and graduate program. For your information, as you see in the screen, STI YKPN Business School faculties comprise of academic scholars who have earned their master and doctoral degrees from reputable universities in Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Taiwan, Australia, and the United States of America. Okay, and we also collaborate with several universities in Europe, United States, Australia, and also Asia. Okay. As we all know, COVID-19 pandemic forced us to work from home, study from home. As a matter of fact, because of this pandemic, we can explore our creativity and attempt to intelligently use digital technology. Is product of exploring our creativity and employing digital technology. Then you can see why accountants should understand and master digital technology. It is important, very, very important for them. Okay, and one more thing, I would like to inform you that since beginning of last year, STI YKPN Business School Yogyakarta deliver its lectures online. This is a big decision that must be made by our dean and board of management in order to continue the learning teaching process during the pandemic. For your information, as you can see in the screen, from the beginning of March up to today, gigantic increase of the use Zoom for our lecturing, seminar, discussion, etc. All right, and one more thing, yeah, I would like to inform all of you, if you have brothers, sisters who just graduate from high school, you can join STI YKPN, yeah, and to be an accountant or management bachelor. All right. Okay, that's it regarding STI YKPN. Okay. I don't know. I heard my voice is bouncing, yeah, and echoing. I don't know why. How about others who watch this? Is it okay?
Yes, it is clear, Pak.
Very okay.
Okay, yeah, maybe just in my computer. Yeah, that's why I talk slowly, because it is echoing. Yeah. Okay.
You should use more expensive hardware.
Sorry, Pak Wing?
You have to use more expensive hardware.
It's enough.
Okay, more expensive hardware. It is expensive, Pak Wing, but I don't know why. Usually it runs fluently, smoothly, and I don't know why it's echoing.
But it's alright,
because I need to buy more expensive hardware.
No problem at all. No problem
all clear,
at all.
Pak.
I will ask Pak Haryono. Yeah, I will ask Pak Haryono to support us to buy new hardware.
because today is not working days.
Yeah.
So your device.
Yeah, all right.
Your device cannot be used.
Probably. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today three heavyweight speakers in terms of their knowledge in accounting, information system, and information technology. Okay, we have three speakers, as you know, and I would like to introduce the first speakers who will talk about accountant participation in facing economic turbulence due to COVID-19. All right, I will share the CV of Professor Saiful Ali. All right. He earned his undergraduate degree from Gajah Mada University and master also PhD from University of Queensland Business School, Australia. Yeah, well, we are graduated from the same country, Ali. But you do better than me.
Oh, it's
Okay,
okay.
and it also you do you earn all many awards from 2019 up to from 2006 up to 2019. Wow, it's world-class professor research grant from Kementerian Riset and Teknologi Dikti Indonesia. Fantastic, yeah. I hope one day I will get that awards as well. Also,
Okay.
International Scientific Public Award from LPDP. I cannot read all of this information because you know, Professor Saiful Ali do a lot of things in his career. Research interest is in IT investment governance, IT governance, corporate governance, accounting, and business information system, internal audit, e-government, and international accounting. The course that he taught a lot, yeah, from forensic accounting until data analytics for accounting. That's why he is the right person to talk about the topic today. All right. Also teaching in PhD program, also the member of professional organization, and a lot of articles that he already wrote with others and also wrote by himself. Wow, this is fantastic curriculum vitae. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, this is not Muhammad Ali or Sayyidina Ali, or even not Ali England, who just broke the heart of Indonesia badminton fans. Yeah, the one and only is Professor Saiful Ali. Professor Saiful Ali, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pak Egi, for the kind introduction. Sorry, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
On your side?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, Honorable Deans, Professor from STI YKPN, Dr. Haryono Subiakto, Professor Badrik, Dr. Sugiharto, Honorable Chairman of IAI Jakarta, Dr. Hardo Basuki, Speaker of the seminars, Pak Ari Masli, and Dr. Wing Wahyu, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Let me share screen first for my presentation.
Excuse me, Professor Saiful Ali.
Yes.
Sorry for interrupt you. I just would like to inform all the participants if they have questions regarding your presentation, they may just type in the chat in this Zoom, so we can prepare who will be the winner, yeah, from their chat. So, and you can also see what their question, and you may prepare the answer for them. Okay, back to you, Professor Ali.
So, okay, thank you. So later they will ask question, right? And then then there is a time for me to answer the questions?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. All right, thank you. So I want to share the screen that I have prepared already. So here. All right, can you see the screen that I'm sharing?
Yeah.
All right, so today's topic that I was assigned to present is about the challenge, adaptation, and what will be the future job of accountants in the so-called the new normal time. I don't know whether we already entered the new normal time or not, because I think we still have pandemics going on, and but of course we are hoping for the best for our future. So I want to start with this image. All right, can anyone see what is this image like? Or what is it? Anyone? Maybe Pak Egi, because
it's like rice.
What is it?
No, this is livestock.
Livestock, yeah.
Livestock. That's right. Yeah, it's livestock. And then it's the picture's taken by a drone, right? It's taken by a drone, and the picture is so very accurate, highly resolution, uh, and using this picture later, then a software can calculate the number of livestock very accurate and faster, even 35 times faster and more accurate than human do, right? So this drone procedure of audit has been used by KPMG in Australia, right? So see, this is one of the things that I think we are seeing in the future, that we use IT in our job as an accountant, and of course, during the pandemic, because we have to do like social distance, we cannot meet face to face with people. Then using IT will more very effective, in doing our jobs. I'm sorry, I'm hearing my sounds back, like an echo. Is that coming?
Yeah, that's what I said in earlier. Yeah, it's echoing. I don't know why.
Yes,
Okay.
mine too, sir.
Yeah. Wait a second. Well, anyway, maybe Mbak Ika, you can mute all other participants who are not talking at the moment.
Yes.
Probably you can mute from your side, right, host?
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yes, Professor Ali.
Yes, clearly.
Okay, so yeah, maybe one of the participant using more than one device. Yeah, that's why it's echoing. Okay, so this is just an illustration that IT is becoming more and more relevant in our job as an accountant. I remember like 4 years ago, yeah, I was advising a master student in our program, Magister Accounting, and he was carrying a very big bag at the time, and then I was wondering what was inside your bag, and then he said, "It's a drone, sir." Oh, okay. What is it for? Well, I I I joined a competition, a drone competition. It was 4 years ago, and at that time, I didn't see what is the connection between drone and accounting program at the time, 4 years ago, right? But now, we see that a drone, we can use drone for, let's say, audit, like stock observation, inventory observation. Yeah, using this drone, even like using like combined with artificial intelligence software, they can also check whether one of the livestock, whether they are pregnant or not, right? And then after that, they can calculate a very accurate number of stocks. Yeah. So this is just to illustrate what is the era we are going to enter in the so-called new normal. All right, so this is the drone, right? So probably, maybe one of the extracurricular in YKPN will be drone activity, right? Teaching a student how to use drone and everything. Because a lot of professional accountant nowadays, they are trying to get certification as a pilot, drone pilot certification. All right, now this is the outline of my presentation. I'll just give a little bit information about the new normal times in terms of statistic figures, and then what are the roles of accountants in the pandemic or post-pandemic time, if you like. Okay, sorry, the sound is coming back again. I don't know. Probably, yeah. But Ika, you can maybe check one more to mute all the participants, but the speaker.
Okay, excuse me, committee, please check whether there are 2 or 3 persons in the same room who use the Zoom at the same time. Please mute all of them because it is echoing.
Yeah,
thank you.
That's correct. Thank you, Pak. All right. Now, and then right, thank you. And then, of course, I think most of the audience of this seminar, I would say they are students. Yeah, so hopefully, students or even maybe lecturers, know that what would be the IT knowledge and skill needed for future accountants. I want to highlight some of the information or data that I've got from some literatures. All right, so this is this picture tells us about the timeline of COVID pandemic COVID, right? So start from the left side of the graphic. We can see from the economic perspective at the bottom. Start around March 2020, right? We start with the COVID, and then after that, then the economics slowing down toward the end of the 2020, and then at the end of the year, we know that we have recession, right? And then this year, hoping that we have vaccine coming, everyone got vaccine, some of them already. So hopefully, we are getting better in terms of herd immunity, and of course, reducing the COVID impact. Then hopefully this year we are going to return to growth and then come to the next normal. That's from the economic situation. Now at the top, we see the business focus, right? The business focus, it's different related to the stage of the economic situation. So we see that, at the start of the COVID, we see the problem was about business continuity, whether, how about the going concern of our business or of the businesses, because, a lot of, the economic slowdown, a lot of customer, they cannot go to many places and so on, right? And then when the economics was slowing down, then the cost optimization, that's for sure. We need to save a lot of money because sales decline significantly, right? And then the recession is we talk about business resilience. I would say that a lot of I think businesses, as Pak Hardo mentioned, when bankrupt. And this year, when we return to growth, hopefully we businesses know, what are the areas that we can invest more, to when we entering the next normal. So that's what I think we are in the area between recession and return to growth, right? Hopefully. Now we can also see that in this later we see in this slide, how IT help the business, right? How IT help the business when, and also how accountant help the business, in terms of how they have business resilience, how, they ensure the cost effectiveness of their business processes, and which area to be, like a good area for business in the future. So accountants and IT can help business, navigating in this kind of situation. So here the figures from I would say I think from Statistica, which also taken from IMF. We see that into 2020, our GDP was minus 1.5%, right? That's a recession. And in 2021 to this year, the GDP expected to reach around 6%, or more or less like 5%, because some agencies, they come up with slightly different figures like 5% and so on. But the point is, if we call it new normal, I would say hopefully we are entering the new normal, right? Because I think we never know that whether we are already, uh, move from or uh, get out from the crisis due to the pandemic. But of course, we are hoping for the best, right? Now, McKinsey in his white paper mentioned about some of the trends that will happen during the next normal, which is 2021 onward. There are some themes for the next normal, for example, like healthcare, uh, social contracts, society and consumers, work habit, supply chains, energy and environment, technology, government and regulation. Out of these themes, I just want to focus on two area or theme. So here, work habit and technology innovation, which I think relevant for our seminar today. So as you know, the trend in the next normal work habit, I think the way we work will different, maybe like almost 100% different, maybe hopefully, because during pandemic we work from home most of the time. The way we as a customer, for example, we use a lot of online platform for our daily needs, for example, right? So that's from the work habit side. And on the other side, the technology and innovation, we can see that in this pandemic, businesses, because changes in the customer, in their customers, so they also need to change the way they operate their business, right? And then in that situation, then they also will use a lot of IT or innovation, like accelerate use of online channels, and also try to digitize most of their business processes. So this is something that we should remember when we are seeing from the perspective of, let's say, academics or students who are going to graduate maybe in the next couple of years. So what should we prepare, during this in the so-called new next normal time? And then McKinsey also highlight some of the opportunities that we need to pay attention after the COVID-19 crisis. Therefore, increase national resilience to future crises. So, like now in last year, for example, we had problem in supply chains of, let's say, medical equipments, right? Ventilators, even masks, and so on, right? So that's one of the things. And the next is accelerate economic transition. Uh, in the COVID-19 crisis, in the past or post COVID-19 crisis, a lot of businesses they start using what they call it industry 4.0 technology, right, as a part of digital business transformation. This is something that we're going to talk later in the future, in the next slides. Rebuild tourist sector. This is very bad situation if you see, because of COVID, then not many people traveling around the world. Of course, a lot of it's a huge impact on the tourist sector. But hopefully, you know, and then in this new era, the tourist industry will start growing again and enable genuine change. This is uh, the, the the two things that I want to highlight in this slide. First, accelerate economic transition using Industry 4.0 technology, and number two is how to reskill for jobs of future and encourage companies to digitize and innovate. This is very relevant for us as an accountant because you know, when the industry they are trying to move toward the implementation of Industry 4.0 technologies, of course they need people, you know, to help them using those technologies, right? So for example, in terms of business processes in accounting, for example. So that's why if we, you know, in academics, or we as students, for example, we need to prepare, you know, to reskill or to prepare what are the skills that these companies will need in the future. Yeah, future here, you know, in terms of maybe 2 or 3 years ahead. Yeah, it's a very short or near future. Now, this is that I took from McKinsey, Automation and the Future of Work in Indonesia. So during 2014, 14 up to 2030, right? According to McKinsey, there will be 23 million job loss due to automation. So, you know, a lot of job will be disappeared during this year. So 2030, you know, it's about, I think 19 years ahead, right? 19 years ahead, 23 million. However, you know, the new technology or new era will also create 27 to maximum 46 million, according maybe to, you know, a very optimistic scenario, new jobs. Yeah, new jobs. So we, you know, there's an excess of positive around you know, like 20 million new jobs, as an we gain 23 million jobs, and out of these new jobs, 10 million, yeah, will be new types of occupation. Yeah, new type of occupation. This is occupation that that are not created yet, you know, before 2014. All right. So what are these new type of jobs? Well, we can see some of the insight from other sources that in which I will tell you later. And then what are the industry that benefit from the increased labor demand? So the industry, it's a healthcare industry, construction, manufacturing, and retail, right? So, you know, in this sense, I think it's a good news, right? We don't worry because, well, there will be a lot of job in the future, right? However, we need to worry because, you know, these new jobs, most of them, they will require new types of occupation. So the job description would be different. For example, like maybe they still need accountant, yeah, but the accountant that they need during this year, you know, in this time, like 2014 up to 2030, will be a new type of auditor, new type of accountants. Yeah, it's not just an accountant which can, let's say, record accounting transaction, make a financial report, and that's it. Well, if that's the only thing that we can do, well, of course, automation will handle that, right? Automation will handle that. So if you check, for example, like there's an example, botkeeper.com, for example. If you check this website, BotKeeper is a service provided, cloud-based service provided to automate the bookkeeping processes, right? So you see that, you know, we change the situation is changed. That's why we as an accountant, or you as a future accountant, if you're a student, we need to prepare ourselves. All right, now back to the pandemic. What are the roles we can play, right, during or post-pandemic? So like, starting 2020 up maybe until now, we are still in the pandemic era, because we see all of the figures of pandemics cases still high. So I took it from Halstead to 2020. According to him, accountant can help businesses like small medium enterprises businesses how to access government funding, right? How to access government funding. So during this pandemic, there are a lot of schemes offered by the government, right? So accountants, they are in a better position in understanding what are the opportunities available for the company for getting funding, right? Second, accountants are the one who know about the financial position of company, right? And what are the driver for the success of the financial position. So in that sense, accountants play even greater role, because they know, for example, like how can we make more efficient our business processes, for example, right? The third role that accountant can play during or post-pandemic time is access tax break and benefit. There are a lot of tax breaks facilities or initiative provided by the government, like regulation Peraturan Pemerintah Number 1 2020 about state finance policy related to the COVID, PP 29 2020 about income tax facility related to COVID, or value added tax PPN for the e-commerce platform, right? So those benefit or those tax breaks, are very beneficial for the company, right? Because they are really, it's very helpful for them. So accountants again can play a role in this part. Build better process. This is also a very good suggestion or roles, I would say, because we know what are the processes within the company, right? We know how how the figures in the financial positions created based on the business transaction, right? So in that sense, we should also know what will be better business processes that we can suggest to our company. And the last one is spot opportunities. This is like looking forward. So looking forward. So as accountant, we should have looking forward perspective, like 2 or 3 years ahead, right? What are the opportunities? So like today's seminar, I think it's very strategic, because we are talking about something that would happen in the future, and then of course then the next thing is what should we do for preparing the future, right? So sport opportunity, what will be the area that as a company we can invest more during or post-pandemic time. Now, how accountant adapt in pandemic? I think everyone, like Pak Hardo mentioned, and other people mentioned, a lot of thing happens in the accounting, in the account for accountant works. But obviously, one accountant invest, a lot of business, they invest in technology. The digital business transformation is a very big thing happens in the pandemic. A lot of services using cloud computing, for example, right? So accountant, I think, should adapt in this new situation, right? They should know about technology, whether they like it or not. New digital relationship. Well, most of work in in auditing, for example, we use video conferencing. Like this, like today, in UGM, for example, we've been auditing by accounting firm from the end of from the beginning of January up until now, and most of the relations with us as an auditee using video conference, using Zoom. we rarely met offline. This is how accountants works nowadays. Adapted auditing, like you see, using drone and other things, like other technology that we use. And then focus on vulnerable businesses. This is accountants should help business avoiding, problem that they might encounter during the pandemic time, and stay ahead of the curve. So this is what I like most, because accountant, we have to look forward. If accountant look backward, I think it's an old accountant. We just, so because financial statement is something that happened in the past, right? This is something old. We need to look forward, right? We need to look forward to predict what would happen in the future. So we should stay ahead of the curve, in terms of IT, in terms of business opportunities, and so on. All right, now I move now to the future of job for accountants. I think it's probably beneficial for you if you are students, or for academics, for example, if you are a lecturer or professor in university. Now I took in this slide the content from the World Economic Forum, the future of jobs. So what we see during the pandemic and until now, of course, the pace of technology adoption is still high, even accelerated, getting faster in some areas due to the changing behavior or changing environment from the customer side, right? And of course, in line with what previous slide, or let's say McKinsey also highlighted, automation. Automation is something big happen, already in the business. Coupled with COVID-19 recession, it's create a phenomenon called double disruption. Double disruption for workers. Meaning that the companies now, they want to make it more efficient for their business processes, right? So they will reduce the workforce, right? Using technology. And on the other hand, the COVID-19 recession also give companies hard times in terms of economic development, in terms of business development. So we as academics, for example, or you as accountants or future accountants, we need to be prepared to reskill and upskill our knowledge and our skills, right? We have to do it, right? That's the point, I think, from this slide. Because as you can see, this is in terms of IT spending, even before COVID, you can see this is before COVID, right? It's because COVID happened in 2020, right? So even before COVID, the spending of IT is steadily increased over the last 11 years, right? Now, of course, during the COVID, this IT spending will even getting higher, right? So that's what happened from the perspective of investment. So let's see, what are the decreasing demand of works in the future? According to World Economic Forum. So this is top 20 decreasing demand of job. As you can see, for example, data entry clerk will be number 1. Administrative executive secretaries, accounting, bookkeeping, payroll clerk, accountants, and auditor. So I would say the first 4, or maybe number 1 or 3 and 4, closely related to our domain, accounting. So it's decreasing in terms of demand. So I don't say that the profession, the accountants as a profession, or auditing as auditor as a profession will disappear. That's not the point. The point is in terms of demand for their, job will be decreasing, right? Will be decreasing. However, they might need a new type of accountants, new type of auditors, which has, other skills that they need, because, the business needs these skills to, to stay ahead or more competitive in the industry or in the competition. And then what are the top 20 increasing demand? According to World Economic Forum, you can see the first one is data analysts and scientists. Data analysts and scientists. As there's a AI, machine learning, specialist, big data, and so on here. You can see. Let's have a look here, right? And then this is, I think, somehow related what McKinsey said about, there will be 23, there will be 10 new job created in Indonesia until 2030. So of course, there are a lot of, this is a very good job, right? 10 million job. But the question is, can we fill in the job in the future? If we don't have this skill, like, how to, about data literacy, for example, we don't know about what is AI, what is machine learning, what is big data, in the context of accounting, for example, that will be challenging, right? That will be challenging. This is just to show you another important perspective, so what are the things that organization, perceived as a very important IT investment for the organization. And as you can see, just focus on number one here. The first one is analytics, business intelligence, mining, big data. It's been number one since 2009. And I will say, until now, I haven't got the latest figures, but I will say that in 2020 it will be number one again. So what it means? It means, businesses out there, they are starting, or they've been, investing a lot of their money for analytics, for business intelligence, for data mining. Now, accountant is part of the ecosystem of the business, right? So if we want to keep ourselves relevant for their needs, then of course we need to learn this, what is like analytic, what is business intelligence, what is data mining, related to accounting side first. So that's the point, what I'm trying to say. Now, this is back to World Economic Forum. You can see technology is likely to be adopted by 2025, which is in the next 4 years. As you can see, there's a cloud computing, right? Big data analytics, and IoT, encryption, artificial intelligence, and so on, right? Yeah, a lot of. Now, these are the technologies, right? However, like, because we are coming from accounting domain, we should always see it first from the perspective of accountant, or from the perspective of accountancy. So for example, like, okay, cloud computing is important now for the companies, but what will be the impact of cloud computing in the accounting perspective, right? So we start from that point. Also, big data analytics for accounting or for business, what are they, and so on. Right, now, IT trend in Indonesia, I took it from IDC, International Data Corporation, in 2018. Right, this is prior to pandemic, right? Largest digital economy in Southeast Asia by 2020, with a market 130 billion, right? ICT expenditure in 2020 around 394 trillion, and a lot of IT investment around cloud computing, data analytics, and data center management. Now, this is again before the pandemic, right? So before pandemic, let's say pre-pandemic times. Yeah. But as you can see, you know, we have seen already, IT is getting faster. IT adoption is getting faster during pandemic times. So I would say, you know, is even higher now, you know, than IDC predicted in 2018. Now, this is also another prediction by IDC in 2018. 10 important IT in 2020 and beyond in Indonesia, right? So number one, it is predicted that in 2020, our digital economy will be will contribute 40% of our GDP, right? 40%. Now I'm not surprised if it is over or exceed 40% in 2020 due to the pandemic as a catalyst. Digital transformation, 20% of all companies in 2020 in 2021. Again, I'm not surprised if it is, you know, well over 20% now in 2021. So for example in UGM, for example, you know, in UGM, for example, like for documentation, like expenditure documentation in UGM, for example, for you know, for paying the vendors. Now UGM, we don't require we don't require hard copy documents again. All of the documents are soft copy documents, right? And in terms of payment, we are using less cash transaction. You know, we are more on the using, you know, more payment, electronic payment, and so on. Just that is just a small illustration. Cloud computing getting more popular. AI will be used 20% by the firm in 2021. Hyper agile apps, which based on the PaaS, this is a cloud computing services called platform as a service. So a lot of company will use this one. 15% application development using PaaS, for example, like using Amazon Web Service, you know, like like Tokopedia and other online companies using. And now human digital interface, 5% of all companies will use biometric measures. Now, even, you know, using during pandemic, I think will be more than 5%, right? Biometrics. So we use like maybe now we use login using our face, for example. So if you buy latest laptop, for example, latest laptop, the operating system using what they call it Windows Hello, right? Windows Hello, in which we log in using our face, right? So we don't use a fingerprint or you type a personal identification number anymore. Blockchains. So 10% of all companies will use blockchains. So yeah, what is blockchain? I think it's a good question. We need to explore more about this because blockchain is, I would say, one of the biggest thing happen in the accounting perspective. Even one professor from history business professor from the US called blockchain is one of the biggest thing happen after the creation of balance sheet. Data as a service, a lot of companies in 2020 that one of the source of revenue will be coming from selling data. Everyone as a developer, this is something to be worried of by IT people because you know, there's a growing trend that we can create application using a very a simple way. You know, we don't need to, let's say, being a programmer and so on. And the last thing is API, application programming interface. This is a tool in which different system, you know, can interact smoothly, right? So for example, like if I want to top up my pay account, for example, I can use it online through my banking, mobile banking. And then once I top up, then instantly my GoPay account will increase at the same amount, right? So this is possible because my bank, open their API to GoPay, right? Now in the future, a lot of companies, especially the traditional companies, they are opening their API to these new startup companies, right? So in a way, from our customer perspective, this is very good because then we can have a very smooth experience as a customer. So what are the IT knowledge skills for
Excuse
future
me,
accountants?
Professor Ali.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You have less than 5 minutes
Okay.
to complete
Thank you.
your presentation. Sorry.
Thank you, Paigi. I still have like 2 or 3 slides. I think I can make it faster.
Okay, thank you.
So these are the skill, the knowledge IT skill that we as accountant needs to know, right? If want to be still relevant for business in the future. So we should learn more about IoT, big data, blockchains, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing. And the source of knowledge, I think, are many, right? Not only coming from the school, from the university, but coming from the internet, coming from other people as well. So we can learn from a lot of sources. But again, in the IT era, the IT skill is not only the thing that very important, right? But human skill is also important, right? So because this skill, they cannot be automated. So if you are a student, for example, you need to exercise this skill. Yeah. For example, critical thinking and analysis, problem solving, self-management, working with people, how to communicate, and other things. So most of the skills, I think, is from the human skills. So don't forget about this. So it's very good, for example, for students if they, being active in an organization in the campus, exercising their communication, their leadership skills, their problem solving skill, and so on. This is top 15 skill for 2025. Again, as you can see, analytical thinking and innovation, because in the future, if we classified, tasks into 3 level, like structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. Yeah. This is the very low level in the organization. This is the target of IT, right? They will automate a lot of structured tasks. However, things like analytical thinking, innovation, this is unstructured tasks. So current technology, maybe they cannot, optimally do this kind of task. So again, don't forget, we need to address this skill as well, especially for students. Analytical thinking, active learning, how to solve complex problem solving, critical thinking analysis, and so on. Leadership, right? I will end with quote from ACSB. It's a international accreditation from the US, saying that faculties and students from the accounting department need to develop learning experiences related to IT integration in accounting and business, adapt to developing technologies, and master current technology. So this is a statement from ACSB 2018. So I believe this is also very relevant for all of us, not only for accredited SSB accredited institution, but for all business institution. We need to ensure that our students will be relevant for our future needs. And just want to end with this last quote from Friedrich Nietzsche: "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." Right? I think pandemic is giving us very hard time. I remember, I think 2 years ago, I delivered my international seminar in YKPN in your beautiful building. But now, I'm doing it now in my room, and all of you in your room as well. So it's It's very challenging, but I believe if we can survive, then we can come out from these challenging times much stronger. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Ali, for your fruitful and informative presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are not only have a distinguished speaker, but we also have distinguished participants. So I will give the first chance to ask question to Professor Adi Masli. He is the professor from the Kansas University, United States of America. He is hold the first rank as the best author for 3 years in a row in the United States. Okay, for committee, please allow Professor Adi Masli. Please unmute his microphone so he can ask the question to the speaker.
Hello, good morning.
All right, good morning.
Can you hear me okay, Pak Egi?
Yes, I can hear you, yeah.
Pak Ali, greetings, how are you? Hope you and your family are doing well.
Good, thank you.
In this trying time, I agree, you know, we're not dead yet, so we're getting stronger, right?
Yeah.
But Ali, I have two questions that are related, that pertain to your presentation, if you will. In the presentation, you talk about the critical aspects of technology. And I agree that technology can certainly be an asset that can produce competitive advantages and make our work easier, both at the personal and the organizational level. However, as you know, technology implementation is very costly and risky, right? More technology initiatives fail than technology initiatives that succeed. So I want to ask you, how important is IT governance in this new era of digitization and the pandemic, especially IT governance at the personal or individual level? For example, in the United States, cybersecurity attacks is the #1 concern, but most data breach events or when corporate data is stolen, it happens because an employee simply loses his or her laptop at a coffee shop like Starbucks, for example. And in this pandemic area, this risk is more widespread because more people are outside of the office in their individual homes and more dispersed. So do the traditional IT governance models need to be changed to keep up with current times? If so, what do you think is the best approach? My second question that's related, in the past few years, we have observed many auditing firms investing in advanced technology like AI, blockchain, robotic process automation, most of the things that you talked about. But such technology implementation is not without cost. Right? So based on your observation in Indonesia, have audit firms moved toward hiring non-traditional auditors, like data scientists, instead of students that graduate from the accounting program, like STA and OKM? And has there been a large gap in that only the largest and richest audit firms have gained advantages through technology? For small audit firms, how do they compete in this technology risk environment? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Adi Masli. I think it will be better for Professor Ali to answer the question straight away.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, it's a surprise seeing Mas Adi in this seminar. It's nice to see Mas Adi. Just briefly, because I think in 2019 I visited Mas Adi in his Kansas University as a professor. Well, two very good questions from you, Mas Adi. I think the first one is about IT governance. I would say because this is something very close to I would say to my heart, because my master degree, my PhD degree focuses on the IT governance of IT, of implementation. Well, if we see, the purpose of IT in company, I want to talk in a company level. If you want to see why this business is using IT, because they want to achieve their goals, right? They want to achieve their goals, whatever it is. Maybe expanding their market, increasing their profit, so on. So that's the point, right? That's the point. But the thing is, when it is troublesome for this company, when they invest a lot of IT, a lot of money in their IT, but this investment, this IT do not support their business goals. So when it happens, we have problem with our IT. So in that sense, they don't have good IT governance, right? They don't have good IT governance. So to some extent, it can also happen in the personal level. In the personal level, for example, like probably like if someone purchase a very good, nice, expensive laptop or devices, well, the thing is whether it is support their personal needs, right? Or it just because they want it because it's the latest gadgets and so on. So if it is for the for the for the last reason, I would say they have problem with their IT governance in the personal level, right? So how the best approach for that? I would say if we talk about the company, I would say the problem. If we talk about governance, the problem will be in the top level of the management. Yeah, we talk about we talk about board of commissioner. In the US, when we talk about governance, the actors will be the board of directors. Yeah, especially here the CEO level and the executive director, maybe in the non-executive director as well. So this level they have to know a lot of things about IT. What IT do goods for their businesses. They don't just rely upon IT consultant, for example, or IT vendors. So these people they need to well, whether they like it or not, they should keep updating their knowledge with IT that available in the industry at the moment or even in the future later. So I think that will be uh, uh, the answer that I can give you at the moment for the best approach. So when we talk about governance, this top level, they need to keep updating with the IT knowledge and then try to see how can we get benefit for our business implementing this IT. For the personal level, I think, yeah, of course, we need to be aware about this all of IT risks which might happen to us and then try to come up with risk management, how can we mitigate the risk. If a person do that kind of thing, that will be a very good individual, very cautious, very careful person, knowing all of the potential things that might happen to them and then try to come up with potential solution to mitigate those potential problems. And the second thing is about auditing. At the moment, using AI, blockchains, and then whether in Indonesia, for example, they start hiring non-IT auditors. Well, at the moment, I think in Indonesia, because according to a McKinsey report survey in 2018, for example, at that time, only about 13% of businesses in Indonesia, start using what they call it IT 4.0. Only 13%, right? So, for example, like not many businesses using artificial intelligence, blockchains, and other latest technologies. So, in that sense, when this accounting firm, they audit these companies in the industry, the way they're doing business is still in the old, let's say in the old way, right? So the type of auditors that they need still, that what we've been doing now, meaning like most of the staff coming from accounting graduates. However, one of the partner mentioned when I was presenting a seminar in Jakarta like 3 years ago, one of the partner of Big Four accounting firm said that, but we cannot guarantee. We cannot guarantee maybe in the next 3-5 years when the businesses change, they use a lot of IT 4.0 in their business processes, right? And then, of course, the auditors that will audit their system will also different type of auditor. And then in that time, we cannot guarantee that the accounting graduate will still be relevant for us. Maybe we will outsource from other graduates, let's say from IT graduates, for example. So I think this is something that we need to be aware now. To some extent, we are happy because it's still 13%, right? But what our homework now is, to prepare our students, how to prepare for the future, so that they will be relevant for the future needs. In IT, we're talking about 2-3 years ahead. So I think it's we still have time for that. That's my response, Mas Adi. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ali.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ali. Professor Adi, I think it answered your question, and I hope you satisfied with the answer. Yeah.
Yes, very satisfied. Just one quick thing also, just to give some notes. In the US, the auditing firms here, they're hiring more and more non-traditional accounting students. So they hire people from engineering, from natural science. So what I tell my students over here in my class is to prepare, like what you mentioned in your slides, to be technology savvy, even though it's not pure accounting. Invest in soft skills. So for the students out there, it's very important to make technology part of your life, everyday life, embrace it, and invest in soft skills. Thank you so much for the time, Pak Eki, Pak Ali. I wish you a great day.
Thank you, Mas Adi.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Adi Masli. So students, you hear what Professor Ali and Professor Adi said, that you have learned about technology, information technology. So it will equip you with more ammunition when you have job. All right. Is there any question from other participants?
I would like to share a little bit information, if allowed.
Okay. All right. The speaker want to ask another speaker or to comment another speaker. All right, Pak.
Okay. Professor Adi, good evening. I just want to add a little bit information.
Yes,
one public companies in Jakarta, the auditor just 2 weeks to audit their financial statement. Just 2 weeks. A very big public company, and the auditing fee is about 25 billion rupiah. Just 2 weeks. It's very short time, right? And second information that I would like to share is about the IT governance. Yes, it is very important. That's why I put that topic in my newest book, Management Information Systems book. But what is the comment from other fellows lecturer from other campus? They said that this topic is not yet there in other MIS book. For example, from Loudon or Wilkinson, so they don't want to discuss about IT governance. But in my opinion, it is very, very important topics, not because of the pandemic, but it is a requirement to run the IT in the organization or in the company very effectively. So it is very important. That is my additional notes. Thank you, Pak Eki.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Wing. Once again, for other participants, Pak Wing already have comment. Professor Adi Masli already also asked questions. And please, the other participant, if you have any questions to Professor Ali. my goodness. Okay. All right. If you don't have any questions, I will continue to the second speaker. All right, no question. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Ali already present his paper, and we just offer, please, big applause for him.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Professor Ali.
Thank you, Mas Adi.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. And hopefully next time you will be also available to be our guest speaker in the next seminar. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and students, we are move on to the second session. It will be presented by someone who is young, talented, and equipped with information technology and information system knowledge. Please welcome Mr. Ari Masli. Please, committee, to pin Mr. Ari Masli. Ari Masli, not Adi Masli. Adi Masli is the brother of Ari Masli. Yeah, okay. Okay. Hello, how are you, Ari?
Good. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. All right.
All right.
Okay. Ari is in the Dallas, Texas, United States, and he grabbed one of STI YKPN alumni, become his wife. All right. Before we begin, I would like to read Mr. Ari Masli curriculum vitae. Just a moment. Let's share screen. Ari Masli. Okay, here you are. Okay. Oh, okay. Ari Masli but committee, please. My voice is echoing again. I don't know why. All right. Okay. Again. All right. Ari Masli is an internal audit manager at HMJA Dallas, Texas. Okay, and he is interested in working as internal auditors, as you can see in his CV. Yeah, he has several objectives in his life. Yeah, especially regarding auditing and accounting. Okay, he has skills of knowledge of GAAP guidelines, generally accepted accounting principle. Yeah. Some of my students, when I ask, do you know GAAP? GAAP is mean GAAP. They don't know that it is generally accepted accounting principles. Okay. I hope at the end of the seminar you may you say something sentence in Korean, Japanese, and Chinese. Yeah. Okay, students, Bahasa Indonesia and English is not enough for you in this era. You have to equip yourself with other languages. All right. Next, his experience and achievement in Match Group, Dallas, Texas, from 2017 to up to now as manager audit. Okay, and of course, he has several duties in his job. Okay, also as senior internal audit from 2017 to 2019, and also got grant of work in Grant Thornton as senior assurance associate. Okay, I cannot read all these things, yeah, but in brief, this is fantastic experience, fantastic job that he has done in the years up to now. Yeah. Education and credential. He was doing his master in Arkansas University, and his He earned his Bachelor of Science in International Business, also in University of Arkansas, with magna cum laude. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I stop the screen, and Ari, time is yours.
All right. Well, thank you, first of all, for the warm welcome. Thank you, Baiki, for the introduction. Thank you,
You're
Honorable Chairman of IAI Yogyakarta, Dean of the YKPN School of Business, all the professors, fellow distinguished speakers, and all the participants. Well, I am deeply honored right now to speak to each and every one of you. Well, when I saw the invite email from Baiki for the first time, my first thought was, well, you got the wrong email. You got the wrong Mosley. You were trying to get to my brother, the one who actually just spoke. But once I found out the topic of the discussion, well, I think I can provide some value because I'm now going to speak from my experience as a practitioner in the real life. So from what Ali was speaking earlier, I can kind of speak on the other side from the one who is actually doing that in the real world. So let's get started. Let me share my screen. All right. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
All right. So my name is Ari Mosley. I'm a senior manager, internal audit, and I work for Match Group. So for today, I think it will be beneficial to know my company first because and how it impacts the topic for the accounting digitization. So, oops. Yeah. So I work for Match Group. It is a internet and technology company in Dallas, Texas, and that's where I am. And Match Group is actually the largest global portfolio of online dating services. So if any of you have heard of Tinder, well, that is owned by Match Group. So Tinder is about 61% of our business. And we also have other brands like Match.com, obviously, MeTick, which is in Europe, OkCupid, Our Time, POV, Hinge, and Eureka. And we've been a public company since 2015, and that's the reason how I got my job as an internal audit. It's a $3 billion company, and we get 2.4 billion annual revenue, and we have 10.9 million average subscribers, which means it's the people who are members of the brands. And as of right now, the 60% of relationships had already started on dating site of Match Group. So as you can see that we are a technology company, accounting, the digitization is kind of the forefront of what we do. And so I would think what I'm going to do is I'm going to share on how we do all that digitization. So as I had mentioned, these are the brands that we have: Tinder, Hinge, Match, and also we also have a international where MeTick is in Paris, France. And Paris is actually a Japan-based company. And so since we are an international company, it's important how to perform our accounting function, our close process, recording all on time, internationally, and to report our financial reporting in a timely manner, which is how all this digitization plays into. So, all right, so what kind of world do we live in?
Excuse me, Ari,
Yes.
could you please disable annotation for others so we prevent someone to write something on your screen.
How do I do that? Okay. Yes, I just disabled annotation, so hopefully that works. Okay. So so back to presentation. Oh, what kind of world do we live in right now? We live in America, and where the time is money, and that is kind of where we have to do everything faster, which again plays into the blockchain era, the AI, and how we do faster. So one of the idea for having digitization is to actually perform the accounting functions faster. And in Match, we try to finish all the accounting function by day 6. So after 6 days, 6 business days, all the main accounting recording should be done, the main one. So where you record revenue, you record your expenses in the book, you have to be done by day 6 on a monthly basis. So everything has to be done much faster. And for my company, because we are a technology company and we work in a relaxed atmosphere, and we have a lot of online meetings through Zoom, and all the contracts are done digitally. So all of this stuff has already been done since I started, which was in 2017. And so with COVID, this is actually not a very hard transition because we already have all these functions beforehand. And I was going to explain on how this is helpful for us to be a strong company during the pandemic. So as we can see, we have a digital trend right now where a lot of people are doing everything online. They buy their groceries online. They watch TVs using streaming, using YouTube, using a lot of online functions, Fire TV for Amazon, for my case. And we're seeing less and less of physical interactions, where, as Professor Ali had mentioned, the cruises industry is going down, airline is kind of slowing down a little bit. And so this is why, for everybody to understand, is that the more digitization that experience that you can get is actually better. And so this is just kind of the world that we live in. So in terms of COVID-19 and how it impacted my company, we actually closed the office on March 2020. And coincidentally, that's when my son was born. So I actually left office for my paternity leave. And ever since then, I haven't been to the office. And right now, we are planning to reopen the office on September 2021. So I have been working from home ever since then. So it has been more than a year, because my son is now 1 and I still haven't been to the office. And how Match has provided us is actually they give $1,000 stipend to improve our ability to work from home. So we can have our second screen, printers, and all that. So was Match heavily impacted by the COVID? It's actually not that much. So when I got the email from Baiki, which is to speak about the accounting digitization, and my knowledge was accounting digitization means it's transitioning the accounting and reporting from the paper-based system to the electronic format, which makes information moves faster. So here is what we do at Match, and hopefully this information will be beneficial to each and every one of you, because this is what we do day by day. And from my job as an internal audit, while I don't use these vendors, I do see a lot of this. So I will speak about these one by one and how it has helped us in our firm on a day-to-day basis. So we have, I'll go this individually in the next slides. We have Okta and Global Protect. So those two helps the cybersecurity measures, which my brother has actually asked that question before. And this is how we address the cybersecurity measures. And then next we have Workday, which is for the HR and payroll. So this is for me to know the people who work at Match, because we have almost 1,000 people working for Match Group all across the world. So this helps us to identify the people who work there. And then also our payroll. So this is how I know how much I'm going to get paid. And then we use Zoom. So when Zoom was very, very popular during the pandemic, we actually have used Zoom ever since I started. So Zoom was actually a normal thing for us. Next, we also use DocuSign. So DocuSign is how we now use for our contracts. So for any marketing contracts we have with vendor, all of them are done digitally. And we don't use any physical signature anymore. And then Core 360 is our procurement. So for accounts payable, the system uses the OCR, which is how we can get information from any invoices. All that will be going into the system and booked into the journal entry automatically. And then we have Blackline, which again helps with the accounting close process to be done with all the accounting process by day 6 that I mentioned earlier. And then we have SOX Hub, which is what I use for my audit support. And then Slack, which is for the workplace communication. And I will be going this one by one. So Okta and Global Protect, this is to help because we have a lot of sensitive data with the customer information and all the data that we get on a daily basis. And because there are tons of people downloading and purchasing our product, we have a lot of this data stored on a daily basis. And to do so, we use Okta, which, as you can see, the picture on the right, where you have my username and password. So this allows for a single sign-on that all of our password will be connected through this website. And then after you log in, you can access the apps that I've mentioned earlier, like the Blackline and the SOX Hub. And this is first priority was actually for efficiency. So once you sign on with this, through Okta, you can immediately go into the individual software without signing in your password each and every time. And because sometimes people will have different passwords and have to change all the passwords. And so that is the benefit for Okta. On the other side, to address the cybersecurity measures, we have Global Protect, which is the VPN that allows people to sign on from anywhere. And where this is helpful is for people who work from home. We immediately go into Global Protect, the first thing we do, and then that secures the users to sign in and then be able to access the network. Because if you don't have Global Protect, then you will not be able to go in. So that is for the VPN. For Workday, this is how we have our HR and payroll function. And what we do is it actually allows a platform to provide annual and quarterly review. So with me and my supervisors, this is how we have feedbacks, review and feedbacks, and how we request time off and all that, manage benefits and what we need for our day-to-day basis, and also view our compensation. So it's what I'm including Workday is actually, this is coming for our procurement and journal entry. So we are going to book journal entry using this vendor. And this is actually something that I have to learn going forward. And so this is a very, very growing for us. Zoom, as we all know, how we are using now on a virtual face-to-face meeting. So this allows a meeting across multiple continents. As I had mentioned, we have brands all across the world. So I've audited the brand that is in Europe, and I'm auditing our brand in Japan. And so since we have COVID and we cannot travel there, now we use Zoom primarily to have our walkthroughs and have our meetings individually. And it's becoming a necessity during COVID. And actually at Match, in my internal audit department, my boss, my vice president, is actually in New York. And my director was in Florida. So Zoom was the only way we could have a meeting from our department. So this is where we actually don't have a lot of face-to-face, but we meet every day in Zoom. So, and we've done this since I started in 2017. And then DocuSign. This is where, for the contracts that we have with our vendors. So when I audited marketing business, all the contracts that I tested, they're all signed through DocuSign, and it makes the contract signing much, much faster. And me personally, I've also used to buy my house. So with the contracts are going through the OCR service, and I can review the terms really, really fast, and you can see all the important terms, and I can sign it within minutes. So DocuSign is very, very important at Match because it just makes the contract approval times much faster. And for Match, we actually have a lot of contracts daily. And for the internal audit perspective, one of the biggest control is to make sure that the contracts are reviewed properly. So we need to make sure the contracts are reviewed by the right person. And this allows, and this sometimes the contracts have signatures by a lot of people. And with DocuSign, it makes it much, much faster for people to sign it and then store it. And then for Core 360, like I mentioned earlier, so every invoice that we receive from the vendors, the accounting people immediately upload the invoice digitally into the system, and immediately all the information like the vendor, the name of the vendor, the date, and the price, they're all immediately added into the system. And on a batch process, they can put it into the journal entry system immediately. So with this software, you can have thousands of invoices inputted and done it within 10 minutes. And so it allows it helps the accounting people to book it quickly. And then next one, Blackline. And this is actually the most important for what we do individually. So for all the accounting reconciliation that you do, once you go into the company, and then you have to look at the balance sheet where you have to reconcile each and every single accounts. We now do it digitally, and where we store all the trial balances into the BlackLine, and we assign each account to each accountant, and then they will have to provide all the documentation to support the balances and then attach them in the software. And with this, as you can see in the screenshot on the right, you can see an example of account for 1101, 2100. Each and every one of those accounts has a link for the accountants to upload the documents. And once they prepared it, the reviewer can go into the software and then sign off to evidence their review. So with this software, it allows the key thing for us is to have evidence of review and sign off. And this helps for the auditors to have support for all the accounts to test. So which this, you can have one BlackLine for one brand, and you can have a separate BlackLine for another brand. So the controller will make sure that all of the accounts are done for each and every brand. And this software, it actually allows the entire close process for a international firm like us to be done by day 14, actually. I'm sorry, day 6 was for the key accounts, and then day 14 is for all the financial services. So this is actually a very, very beneficial software. So I'm hoping that maybe in Indonesia, this could be used. And this is the one that I use a lot, which is SOX Hub. So when BlackLine is for the accounting's close process, SOX Hub is the auditor version. So this is actually mine. And what SOX Hub does, it holds all the narratives for the internal audit people, and also lists all of the controls that are run by Match Group. And for me, this is actually where we have our separate testing groups that, like for example, you see Eureka, COA, and disbursement. That's actually what I'm doing right now. And for one project, we can list all of the controls, and this actually allows the accounting people to upload the control support, and then for me to be able to upload my testing worksheets to finish the testing. So this is actually helpful for interaction between me as the internal audit and the accounting people for the supports to for the controls that I'm testing. And also, as you can see, we on the dashboard above, this shows the certification and all that. So what this is good is that it also allows for me to document the issues that I found, and then for them to know immediately the issues that I noted, and we can have a discussion of how to address those issues. So this is actually a very, very interesting tool that we use at Match. Then lastly, and this is my favorite software. So Slack is actually, it's similar to, I assume, if you guys use Gmail, you can have the chat. This is basically the chat. And this allows to connect with all of our colleagues. So I can talk to my boss, I can talk to my accounting friend, I can talk to my friend in HR, and it actually now replaced email. I actually now don't look at my Outlook anymore because I just check Slack, and because my boss can immediately Slack me or send me a message through Slack, and then we can have our chat. And so this basically replaces email, text messaging, instant messaging in one app. So this is actually one that I would recommend for the companies in Indonesia to actually use. And what is beneficial, it actually can create multiple channels, which, as you can see in the example, there's channels for marketing team where the team can actually set just channel only for the marketing individuals to contribute or to talk about the projects. And what is most beneficial for me is because this software, it helps to send files and screenshots, and it is very, very quick because all you need to do is take a screenshot and just drag it to the app, and you can have it also as evidence. There's a lot of time where I use a screenshot of a communication between two people as support in my audit evidence, and that's actually a okay support. So this is actually one of the most beneficial for me because it just makes it so much easier to talk with everyone, to collaborate with my friends and my colleagues. So this is probably my favorite. So with all that vendors that we use, it actually helps for Match to have minimal impact to our productivity and operational business. And because we're so used to using all this software since 2017, like none of this is actually new to us. We've used it for a long time. So whenever we have work from home, it really doesn't change what we do on a daily basis other than me actually working at home and have my kids bother me every single day. But it's the only change would probably just to have the VPN system, make sure that you sign in. And then once you sign through the VPN, then you can access all your network. And so we don't have to learn any new software that we have after COVID. We did not need to learn about how to use DocuSign, how to operate Zoom. Like we've done all this, and it just makes the company to be profitable during all this time. And it just Match has actually grown so much when I started until now. For the last 4 years, the stock actually grow almost 10 times. I started when it was $16 per share, and now it's almost 150. So it's accounting digitization is very, very important, and we've actually gotten used to it, and that everything that we use is now second nature. So I encourage everyone to actually learn from now to be familiar with this, because once this is used and once this becomes second nature, then it just makes everything so much faster. And this actually helps a global company like Match, where we have brands in everywhere, Japan, Paris, and we could meet through Zoom and have our information uploaded so much faster, and we can issue our financials very, very quick. We issue our financials on February, so 2 months, and every information has been reviewed, has been perfectly audited, and everything is smooth sailing. I can be done with my work very, very quick because all the supports have been digitized. So I would encourage everyone to be familiar with this. And that actually concludes my presentation. So thank you very much for everyone. for
All right.
allowing me here, and let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ari. It's interesting.
Right on time.
Yeah.
I just got that message.
Because you have to learn many software, many applications. And of course, it is not easy if we have no background about the information system and information technology. So,
yes.
Well, it is very informative for us. And next, for the participants, if you have any questions, please raise your hand and I will let you to unmute your microphone, or the committee will allow you to unmute your microphone. Ari, could you please stop sharing for a moment?
Oh, sorry. Yes, let me stop sharing.
Okay. Okay, Pak Win raised his hand, and again, he would like to ask questions. Time is yours, Pak Win.
It's already in the chat, so
yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Masli, please read the chat.
Okay.
Yes. So how do you learn all those software? Is there any training program that teach you how to use the software, or do you have to learn by yourself? So when I started, I do remember 2017, the entire first week is actually me being trained for all the software that I'm using. So all those software that I mentioned, I don't use it. I don't use all of them. I'm just familiar because as an internal auditor, we see those are being done. We do the walkthroughs. I know all this, but for me personally, I have to use Audit Board, the SOX Hub, and I would be trained one day to get familiar with how to run the software. And then for the next 2 days, it's just to manually just click buttons and understand it myself. And then it's really a trial and process. It's not, luckily it's not a rocket science. It's not very hard. And so it's just a trial and error for the first week, and you go from there. And the good thing is you never stop learning. Sometimes a year later, somebody would explain me, oh, you can do this. You can run the report through this way, and it actually helps. So yeah, it actually started with it's probably the first week of training. And I know everybody has that.
All right. Thank you very much, Ari. Okay, yes. Participants, other participants, please, if you have questions for Ari Masli. Or from the committee, if you have questions. Oh, it's very silent. Hello, Accounting Student Association. You may have questions.
Only myself and Professor Adi who get the prize then.
Yeah.
That's two prizes, right?
Yeah.
I hope my brother doesn't ask me questions.
Okay, there is a question from Jenny. You can read in the chat, Ari.
Yes. So, yes, as you know, Indonesia is not really familiar with those things. Mostly just Indonesians who are already study abroad that really take attention about it. So the question is how to make Indonesia more familiar about those app things. Well, one of the ways, obviously, this seminar, which I can share you, these are the vendors that we use. And so I'm hopeful that someone could take advantage of this and hopefully implement it. And I'm hopeful that a lot of people can collaborate with the firms across the world. And this is actually, I assume, be seen with a lot of the public accounting people. I know from my experience in the as an auditor, the external auditor, a lot of those external auditors obviously seen multiple digitization being done. So this is just specific for Match, but one way I could see is that the KPMG of the world, the EY of the world could collaborate with the companies in Indonesia. And that's how, from what I heard, that was being done. So that's kind of one way I could see.
Okay, thank you. I think your brother on cam at the moment, and maybe he will ask question for you. Professor Adi, if you like to ask. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Mr. Masli. Sorry. Good. So I have a question about this. You mentioned that in your company, in Match.com, is thriving, which is not a surprise because in this pandemic, your business model is all online based, right? So we see a lot of social network companies like Facebook, Zoom, Match.com really thriving in this pandemic environment, which is really great. What would you say about other industries that rely more on traditional business models? How would technology be easily adapted in those business environments where it's not based on an online platform? That are not as lucky as in your industry? Because what we are observing in the US and many other countries, a lot of industries are really struggling in the pandemic, where employees cannot easily work, away from the office as much. So, do you have any insight about how the non-online or non-digitized industries can still survive using technology as an advantage? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Adi, Professor Adi. Yeah, Ari,
yes, this could be a dinner conversation. So one that I think of was when I used to audit it's actually a cement industry. So this would be your opposite of Match. They literally would have tickets card for each and every shipment of trucks with the cements and how they would use that in the system. So the number one thing is actually OCR, which is the, I don't know how to describe it, but it's the ability to take digitally from a scan page or anything, immediately input it into the system automatically. That is the one the most on demand during all this transitioning to digitization. So like Blackline, the one that I use and all that, that's just your normal close process. But the biggest one, the challenge and what everybody would need is actually the OCR service. So like DocuSign, that's an example of what we use. But there's a lot of other vendors that do this OCR. So it's very, very hot and on demand. And that would be the number one ideal kind of industry to get into. And then you start from there. And then once you get, because all the important is trying to get the information into the system. And that's how you start. And then once after that, you have your business intelligence people. And that's a total different department. And so for the accounting people is how you analyze those data from the BI team, the business intelligence, into the system. So that's kind of how I see it. And that's kind of how I've seen it before. And this is from my experience as a external auditor in Grant Thornton. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ari. Thank you, Adi.
Yeah.
Ari, there are two last questions. You can see it in the chat from Kire
Yes.
and from Kire and from from Kire and from Sandy.
Actually, I saw 3. There's one from Sharif, from
Kire.
Gender. Oh, Kire. Okay.
Yeah.
What is the most appropriate way to improve accountants' skills so that they can quickly keep up with development of accounting digitization? Ooh, that's the tough question. So, because you rely on the training for the program, but all this is kind of goes through experience. So as a student, it's kind of hard to get into, and I would encourage again to go into this similar webinars and to be involved. And also, a lot of people I know learn all this through internships, and when they were a student and they intern to the companies, and you learn on how these companies use the system and get trained that way. So that's, to be honest, on how I know this, it's a lot of trial and error, and just based on my experience doing the individual projects. So I actually never kind of proactively research on the accounting digitization. It's just I have encountered them through my process. So to me, I would say going into the external auditing is actually very, very helpful, very beneficial, because being an external auditor, it actually helps broaden your mind, because you can see individual companies and how they do. So, but yeah, because I've done audits with companies that still uses boxes and papers, and then I've done one that literally there's no papers, it's all just digital. So yeah.
All right, and the next one from who is it?
I see from
Sharif.
Yes, from Sharif. Oh yeah, the one that's good. So as the speakers know, technology challenges in accounting and finance do. What must we do as the accounting student to face that challenge? Because I think as student, learning IT is more difficult than accounting. Thank you. So, there's 2 ways I could answer that. One, if there's an option for IT auditing, IT accounting, do take that, because that will be beneficial at school. That's one. But 2, yes, the IT challenges is really different, because it's not what you do in the accounting level, but a lot of the in the practical world and how it impacts is actually the access is the very biggest key. And to know the cybersecurity measures that we all that we heard before, that is the hot topic, is to make sure that we have proper security, and that is the area to probably research into. And the biggest challenges that every company face with the new environment. So I would say, one, if there's a IT accounting class, do pay attention to that. And obviously, also don't take too hard into the individual processes, but look more in the bigger picture, because that would help you kind of know the flow of the data. Because once you see it from the bigger picture, you can kind of understand the risk easily that way. That's kind of how I take it last time.
All right. Okay, actually there is one question before Felicia questions, which is from Sandy. With those software, is there any effect with human resources, like cutting the number of employees or anything else?
So with these software, it's what I see is actually not cutting the number of employees. It's actually opportunity for employees to learn. So instead of cutting, they actually train them to learn these softwares. So I don't, like, for me personally, I don't see a lot of cutting, but I actually see a lot of training opportunities for people. So it actually is a good thing to have all this and to learn. So it actually it doesn't replace what you do. It's just change the way you do things. Okay, that's kind of how I put it.
Okay, last one from Winlang, and I think this is the last questions.
Okay. As you mentioned before, in Match, most of the digital software already used in 17. COVID-19 doesn't cause any big problems for a Match company, but why work from home isn't a thing before pandemic? So there's both sides. One, it's actually a thing where some people could request to work from home, but you also lose a little bit efficiency because obviously distractions. I don't know. There's a question being asked by the company on how we wanted to going forward. If people want to work from home, like full, or do you want to come back to the office? Which I think I would prefer a mix. Me personally, I can't work from home 100% because every hour my son will just come drag my leg into play. So that's number one reason why I don't want to fully work from home. But also you lose the camaraderie, like meaning you lose the human interaction where the collaboration is actually better because it's easier to meet with people directly, and I can have a meeting quickly with my if I have an audit for marketing, I can go directly to the marketing people on the other side of the office, and we can have easy communication. While Zoom is very, very helpful, there is still a little bit lacking, like, oh, we could have this. If we talk it right now, we could make everything would make sense. But so there's a little efficiency, and then there also the camaraderie where you can collaborate together. But on the other side, pandemic, which happens, and that stopped that. It doesn't hurt that much. I think that's kind of the way I see it. So if you can have it mixed, it'll be best, I would say. So it's not like human social interactions are needed. Sometimes it could be better.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Ari. I think Ari already answered all the questions, and what he informed you are very important things, and hopefully his presentation will be beneficial for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues and students, please big applause for Ari Masli.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will continue to the third session, but before that, I will give it back to Mrs. Ika. Mrs. Ika?
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Saiful Ali and Mr. Ari Masli, MACC BSIB. It was an amazing enlightenment. And we are pretty sure that for the next session would be much more mesmerizing. Now on, we would like to invite you to enjoy an acoustic performance from music crew to loosen the tide of our brain nerves and to warm up the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy.
Okay, hi guys. We are from 105 Music Crew. We want to performing 3 songs for you guys. Hope you enjoy. Berkenjang-jang sayang kadiran Ukun narangan sejengmak katungan ngeluh Napak mega bari bernakai muruh Sahaan lo bisa musuhkan nekang nengah Tarengjeng pertengah tangakan nararan Dipika jumir dipika saratku sesama Kayak kadang Pancasilan lo berwarna nenang Manuk dadali, manuk panggagana, abang sapi Indonesia Jaya. Manuk dadali, tangkap carana, kesebelah hiji, rukun sama benda. Gundul pacokol kembalangan Tinggi-tinggi rapokol kembalangan Wakol bintang sekan tak bisa latar Wakol bintang sekan tak bisa latar Wakol bintang sekan Next song. Have I ever told you I want you to the bone? Have I ever called you when you are all alone? And if I ever forget to tell you how I feel, listen to me now, babe. I want you to the bone. I want you to the bone. Oh, and I want you to the bone. Oh, maybe if you can see what I feel through my bone, every corner in me, yeah, you breathe in that ground. Maybe I never need more, but say how I feel, but I did name it before. to the bone. Oh, 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 so bad I can breathe. Oh, 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 I want you to the bone. I fought to want the back to stay. I'm still longing for you. And I fought to one that cried away. I'm still waiting on you. And maybe we seek for something that we couldn't never have. And maybe we choose the only love, but not with one step. Or maybe we're talking all there is for something that is real. 'Cause maybe the greatest love of all is who the eyes can see. Okay, this is last song from us for you, Shallow. Tell me something, boy. You try to feel it for me. Or do you need more? Need heart keeping is so hardcore. I'm falling. In all the good times I found myself longing for change. And in the times I found myself deep down, I just survivor. I'm never meet the ground. alone now. Thank you. See you when I see you.
What a beautiful acoustic performance presented by Music Crew. I hope everyone enjoyed that performance. Ladies and gentlemen, after we are refreshed by the performance, we would like to invite you to be back to the accounting atmosphere for the second time, which will be directed by the moderator, Dr. Sugiharto. Dr. Sugiharto, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Tika, beautiful female lecturer at STI YKPN, Business School Yogyakarta. Okay, we are going to continue our seminar. And last but not least, we have Dr. Wing Wahyu Winarno. And I will share his CV for all of you. Wing Wahyu Winarno. Oh, it's gone. Where is Pak Wing? Here you are. Okay. Pak Wing, are you there? Okay. Pak Wing?
Yes, Pak Igi.
Okay, all right. Okay, this is CV of Dr. Wing Wahyu Winarno. I look as old as him, but actually he was my lecturer when I was in the first year at STI YKPN. I mean, not in the first year, the third year at STI YKPN Business School Yogyakarta. Pak Wing is well known in many institutions because he presents many things about accounting information system itself, and also information technology. Yeah, he was born in 1962. Next year, don't forget to send Pak Wing gift on 25th of January. Okay, and his field of skill is accounting information system, and of course, accounting itself, e-government, and statistics. Okay, he works in STI YKPN from the beginning of his career to now. Probably he already worked in STI YKPN almost 40 years, I think. Okay, the thing that I want to emphasize for all of you, Pak Wing is very, very active in making many video regarding certain application, and you may visit his YouTube channel. You will learn many things about many applications, and also how to write an article or how to analyze data. So Pak Wing is the best in that field. Okay, he graduated from Gajah Mada University for his undergraduate, from Cleveland State, Ohio, United States for his master, and from in Indonesia University for his PhD. Okay, and you can see in his YouTube the things that he has done in last 10 years, and many things. So his contributions are a lot. So I cannot read one by one what he has done in his career as a lecturer, as a consultant. Okay, and he also active in writing many books. As you see, the recent one is about workshop evaluasi sistem informasi akademik. Okay, this is the seminar. Sorry, this is about the seminar. And his book, his recent book is, wait a minute. So, where is your book? Wait a minute. This is the book of Pak Wing. Okay. The recent one is about the regression, the many types of regression. Okay. You can ask the committee if you want to know, or if you want to have Pak Wing CV in complete form. All right, Pak Wing. I think the time is yours now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Eki. Let me share my screen first. Okay.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Beautiful pictures.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. I will share a little bit information about integrated accounting software actually, but in the discussion I will share other information that is related to this topic. And my presentation will relates to the other presentation that has been delivered by Pak Saiful Ali and my colleagues Ari Masli. Yeah. I already share this flyer with all of my friends, colleagues, and students. And this will be my topic for today's discussion. And before I start this discussion, I will let you know a little bit about the curriculum at STIA YKPN. Yeah. Starting this year, we have just restructured our curriculum, especially in accounting curriculum, even though in the other department, management also has changed their curriculum. We introduce some new courses that mainly related to digital technology. First is database management systems 1 and 2. Second is information systems auditing, designing 1 and 2. And then, as Pak Saiful Ali mentioned, that accountant should have enough knowledge and skill about data analytics. So we introduce business analytics. In that course, we will discuss a lot about big data and how to analyze those data, because we cannot use conventional software anymore. We have to use special tools to do the analysis. And we also introduce digital business or digital accounting process, which will introduce some new things in the accounting activities. And also we will add some certifications to students to add more skills, especially the standard skills like using standard tools to work with their profession, because right now it is impossible to work with pen anymore, right? Even signing document right now, you can use stylus or even your fingers. Yeah, we don't need pen anymore. But that are not new in our curriculum, since there are several courses that already taught to students. They are computerized accounting practice and then computerized auditing practice. And we also use two best application in that field, which is ACL and IDEAS. And we also introduce how to use Microsoft Excel to analyze standard data. And of course, we also introduce enterprise resource planning, which is a very huge application. It is very integrated so that student will be easy to adjust to big company if they work with the big corporation. So starting this year, students will experience these courses. Yeah, some lecturers must have learned these topics very hard, but they will be ready the next semester. Okay, my first topic is accounting information systems. I will share with you how is the position of accounting information system in the other information systems, because in a particular company there will be a lot of information systems available, like Ari Masli said before, that he uses several applications. Yeah. I believe there are more applications implemented in his company, since his company is very big global company. Yeah. Okay. Accounting is very standard, and the question is whether accounting will be vanished in this industrial revolution 4.0, right? Yes, like Pak Saiful Ali mentioned earlier, some of the accounting function will be vanishing, especially for the clerical activities like journalizing, posting to general ledger. I believe those are already histories. I believe there will be no more companies that still doing some recording activities, journalizing transactions, and then posting to general ledger. I believe those are only a concept right now. It is not a practical things, since in accounting, journal entries is an input. It is a start of a recording process. But as you might have known, a lot of transactions now can be done through a small device, either cell phone or other devices, Internet of Things. Yeah, you can buy gasoline without touching your wallet, but you have to use a cell phone. You can pay any transactions with Kris TTM. It is a new facilities introduced by Bank Indonesia and OJK, that everyone now can do transaction cashless without any physical money. No matter they are in different places, but still we can do the transaction like if we are in a face-to-face transaction. Okay, let me explain a little bit about the level of information systems based on the decision making that is supported by those information system. And accounting, or especially the accounting application, will be positioned in one of those position, or it is possible accounting application can be in those 4 level. So it depends on the company that run the accounting applications. Mostly though, accounting application lies in the very bottom level here. Accounting application is just a transaction processing systems. And if a company add more function to that application, accounting application can be moved to another level. Let's take a little bit detail about the classification. First, for the transaction processing system. This kind of system records data and transactions. That is the main function of this application. And then to provide standard information systems like invoice, sales notes, and those kind of things. And if managers or even though middle level managers, low level managers, or probably top level managers also get standard information from these particular systems. Every company now has this kind of systems. What happened if the company wants to raise the level of the application to the next level, which is management information systems? So this application or this system must be able to provide information to the decision makers. There are two steps to provide this information. Either the system can provide the information to the decision makers, or the decision makers can get the information by themselves. So the application must be designed to let the decision maker to gather all the information that are available there. For example, for the university's management team, they have to be able to download the data about the students, about the employees, about the lecturers, what happened in the process in the campus, how far did they go, so that the decision maker can take a look their position, so they can move forward or make any changes to the decision that has been made previously. So management information systems provide information by processing the information that is already done in the previous level. Okay, this is not every company has this system. And moreover, for the next level is the decision support system. This kind of systems provide suggestions to the decision makers. They just read the proposed decision. If he or she agree with the decision, he just press OK. But if he wants to look the detail why this decision has to be taken, what are the information that is supporting those decisions, this is available for the decision maker to explore the information. So he does not rely solely from the system. He has to be able to take a look at the information that lead to that decision. But again, if the decision maker agree to the proposed decision, he just press OK. For example, I am as a manager of sales department. When I log into the system this morning, the system will inform about the invoice that is currently outstanding, right? For example, there are 5 outstanding invoices for customers. The system suggests me to send the message that their balance will do next week. And if I agree, I just press OK. And then all those messages, all those reminders will be sent to the customers. But if I don't agree with that suggestion, I will drill down the information. What happened to these customers? How much money they owe us? And I can take a look at how many invoices do they have, right? So it is very helpful for managers or decision makers in a company that has to make a lot of decisions. And finally, this is the highest level of the information system, which is artificial intelligence or expert systems. This kind of systems can make decisions, replacing human beings. Yeah. For example, if a particular customer transfer their fund to pay the outstanding invoices, the system will automatically mark that this customer has no balance due anymore. All the manager, all the staff do not know that the customers already pay, but they don't have to worry about that situation, because if customers already pay, then their name won't be appearing in the screen. So we don't have to remind our customer anymore, right? So everything run very smoothly. And also this artificial intelligence is already touched by Pak Saiful Ali, ya. He mentioned about machine learning. Well, actually, artificial intelligence and machine learning is now a very common thing in so many applications. So students and moreover lecturers has to learn about this. Yeah. And how to acquire software? There are several options to do that. The conventional way is to develop the system by ourselves. But of course, there are some drawback about this option. Usually, we don't have enough experience to develop this kind of system. Nowadays, usually we prefer buy or use the commercial software, yeah, because it was developed by some professional programmers, and this particular system is already tested, and we have a lot of friends who are already use this application. So if we found any problem, we can discuss with our colleagues. Yeah. Okay, the next topic is enterprise information systems. Why do we call enterprise? Because enterprise is far more complex compared to a company or firm, based on some literature. Yeah, enterprise right now is a company with a lot of various transactions. For example, Gojek. In Indonesia, Gojek is a transportation company, right? But now you can buy insurance, you can top up your cell phone balances, you can buy things through this particular application. So we need more complex information systems if we want to have more function in our company. There are 3 types of information systems. First is enterprise resource planning. And luckily, at STIE YKPN, we already offer courses that teach ERP. Our application is SAP. I believe now is release 4 HANA version. Yep. Previously, we use R3 version. And secondly, there is another advanced information system, which is supply chain management. This system is used by an enterprise to connect to its suppliers, how to orders, how to get information about new products, and even how to pay their balance. So this particular system is used by the company or the enterprise to contact its suppliers. Both companies use the advanced information system. So if they already use the information system, but the transaction still done manually, then there will be no use of the information systems, right? And at the other hand, we still have another system, which is customer relationship management. This system is used by the company to do business with the customers, like introducing new products, offering new products, sending reminder, and so on. And all the system, even though it is very advanced, very big applications, are now available in mobile phone. All those companies already developed very small application, but lies behind the application is a very big advanced applications. For example, if you take a look at mobile banking from Mandiri or ticketing from Indonesian railway systems, they actually use these big applications, but the customers do not have to learn this big system. They just use the small and easy application through their mobile. And if we draw that pictures together, we will see that the enterprise now connect to the supplier through supply chain management, and the enterprise also connect this system to the customers. Yeah, so it is very easy for the enterprise to do business with their environments. And also, customers probably still have another customers, so they also use another CRM. So as you can see here, a particular company will be able to be existed here if they can have value added to this channel or to this network. Otherwise, they will disappear because nobody need their service. For example, the newspaper guy, you don't need them anymore because you can read the newspaper directly from the publisher, right? This is an example of such big applications which called Odoo. You can browse to this website, www.odoo.com. This is a big application like SAP, and you can learn to use this software for free. But since this is a very big program, you have to use this software with your friends, because somebody has to act like a sales department and the other guy will be serve as a financial department, accounting department, and so on. Actually, it is a very good application to learn about the integrated system, not only accounting, but all those system required by a particular company. Another software is Epicor. The software is also a very huge software. They are all interrelated. Compared to SAP, this two software is easier because they have an intuitive interface, yeah. But SAP is a very big application. That is the second topic. And lastly, I will share some new technologies that will change accounting profession. First is super apps. It is an application that function more than its main function. Like I said before, Gojek application. It is not only a transportation application, but it is also another application because you can buy insurance, you can top up your mobile balance, electricity bills, and so on. Second is integration. Now, all information system within a particular organization or entity has to be able to integrate each other. So people don't have to do many paperworks, go back and forth. You know, there must be one counter or one window to do all the transaction. Integration is very easy things to say, but it is very hard to be done. And third is blockchain. Blockchain is a technology that is getting familiar nowadays. For example, you can take a look at these three applications: Tokopedia, Grab, and OVO. Those applications are available at your mobile. What good about this application? This application is like they're having blockchain, even though I don't know whether they use this technology or not, but they act like they use the blockchain. Let's take a look. If you top up your balance in OVO, for example, 100,000 here, it will be reflected automatically in the other application. Okay. And if you use your balance in other application, for example, application in Grab, if you use, for example, 50K, all of a sudden, all the balances in other applications is also decreasing. Yeah, you can imagine this way. If you have two bank accounts, for example, in BCA and in Mandiri, you have 100,000 in BCA, yeah, 100,000 in BCA and 200,000 at Mandiri, yeah, this is in BCA, and then you add another 100K in BCA. What is your total balance? Your total balance will be 400K. No matter the card that you are using to check your balance in any ATM. Yeah, you can use your BCA accounts, BCA cards, I mean, and you can check your balance. It will be 400,000. And if you use your Mandiri card to check your balance, it also show your balance is 400K. So if you spend your money, for example, you buy shoes in a department store for 300K, you don't need to use your two cards. You just use one card to pay the transaction. Now the question is how to audit this particular transaction, or even how to record this particular transaction, right? I believe it is very hard to answer this question, right? Okay, that is the new technology. And other technology is transformation. Everything has been changed dramatically. There is no artifact to remember all those past things. Now everything is new. Probably we don't need books anymore. That's why I now sell my books through Google Play Books, because nobody goes to bookstore anymore. Yeah, they just read in their device. So you can check at Google Play Books and try to find my names. I have several books there, and I don't need to wait for the publication process. I just write my books tonight, I finish it, and then I upload it. I set up the price by myself. Google will give me royalty for 52%. They will get 48%. And for Indonesian authors, since I use Indonesian language, Google will spread it to about more than 60 countries. So the market will be very, very high. Yeah, all those Indonesians are spreading all over the world, right? Okay. And big data, or you already learned from Pak Saiful Ali and also from Ari Masli that big data is now in front of us. We have to be able to learn how data talks. We don't have to interpret. Yeah, we don't even have to interpret. We just read the data. The data will talk about itself. Yeah. And lastly, Internet of Things. Internet of Things is of very small things that are connected to internet, and they can do many things. In this example, I already switched all the bulbs in my house so that I can adjust all the bulbs from my phone. I can turn it off, or I can just adjust the brightness or change the color. And even if I am out of town, I don't have to be in my house to switch this light. Yeah, so it is very easy now to work with Internet of Things. I suggest you to buy these light bulbs, at least one at your boarding house, as long as you have internet connections, and then you can adjust your lights via your mobile phone. It is very easy, and there are a lot of things to record that record the business transactions. Okay, and my last words, again, accounting information system is not a system that lies within a particular company. This system has to be interrelated with other system. And secondly, if in the particular there is integrated information system, those system has to be related to the other companies so that we can do business easily. Like right now, if you buy up some things from AliExpress, which is a mobile application from China, they don't have any branches in Indonesia. You can buy things over there, but you can pay through Indomart or Alfamart. They will ask one question: what is the transaction number? The guy over there won't ask any other information, just what is the transaction ID. If you mention that ID, they will know what transaction and how much money that you have to pay. This is very wonderful, right? Different countries, different system, but they interrelated each other. So it is very easy for us to do the transaction. So for you, all of the students and participants in this seminar, you have to learn to use all these systems. Yeah, you have to be familiar with all these applications, how to make some payments with your cell phone, try to buy books from Google Books, for example, and you can pay by your e-wallet or by your balance in your mobile phone. Okay, that's going to be all for my presentation. Hope you can learn a little bit. And if you have some comments or some questions, I will try to respond to that question. Thank you. And I forward it to Pak Eki.
All right, thank you very much, Pak Wing, for your presentations. The first part, maybe the student already know about it when they already took accounting information system and management information system. But for others, yeah, this what Pak Wing present in the first half of his presentation is the very good introduction. And the second half, I see it more in application, yeah, what you can use in your daily life that are interesting. Well, students, colleagues, and friends, if you have any questions, you may write it down in the chat in this Zoom, or if you want to talk, then raise your hand. Of course, using Zoom. Okay, Ignas Novrian already raised his hand. Okay, committee, you may unmute Ignas Novrian microphone.
Okay, thank you, Pak Egi. Thank you for giving me my opportunity to asking me to Pak Wing. So I want to asking about I've already learned accounting information systems, computerized accounting, and now I have learned management information system, enterprise resource planning, and computerized auditing. And my college teachers always talking about programming language in that lecture. My question is programming language very important for auditor and accountant when they work in companies? If it's important, why we must learn programming language? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ignas. And Pak Wing, I think just straight away answer its questions.
Okay. Yes, programming language is very important, but you as an accountant don't have to learn about that programming language. If you can do programming, then that will be an advantage for you. But nowadays, there are a lot of applications that can be used as an analysis tools. So you can let the student from other department, especially from IT department, to learn about the programming, right? So you don't have to learn about programming language as long as you know a lot about accounting. So again, you just need to be able to make some prototypes at most, yeah. But again, if you have time, you have interest, you can do computer programming. I can do computer programming, so I can make application for myself. But for commercial application, I don't have time because programming takes a lot of time. Okay, hope that will answer your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Wing. It is interesting. The student who always asks in the class also asks in this seminar. Yeah, for example, Ignas is always asking question in the class. Felicia, yeah, Sandy, and also Winline. Yeah, so others try to make yourself active in this seminar. Okay, Pak Wing, there are 2 or 3 questions as you can see in the
3
chat.
questions.
Yeah, 3 questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me answer it.
Yes.
From Nita Putri, as a new accountant who may be more digitized, is it possible that accountants will, with more experience, will be replaced by those who are more tech savvy? And if an accountant learns various applications that support all activities, the possibility of learning all of them will be difficult because must learn quite quickly and the development more wider. That when should be the main focus of an accountant in this case. Okay, that's the world right now. That's the world right now. For example, if you still use statistics, SPSS is actually a very traditional application. Nowadays, there are a lot of newer statistical packages that is more capable of doing more transactions. So SPSS is not everything. That is one example. How do we learn about all those stuff? Okay, first you have to concentrate on what profession you are interested in. For example, you are interested in auditing, so you have to learn many things about audit. You have to be able to read databases. You have to understand how accounting system works and what is the challenges in the system, and that's it. You don't have to learn about how to make some PowerPoint presentation. How you don't have to do statistics, for example. But again, it depends on your interest. But if you learn from campus, don't rely heavily on the material that has been taught in the campus. You learn, for example, ACL today. You graduate from campus probably 2 years, 3 years from now. At that time, probably there will be new applications, which is better, which is faster, which is easier to use. So what you have learned in the university is just a way of knowing how the system works, but it does not need to be the main weapon. It does not need to be the main skills that you have to bring to the rest of your life. No. So you have to learn long life learning. In your rest of your life, you have to learn. Even though I'm very old guy in this seminar, but still I learned a lot of software. So sometimes it is very difficult, so that I make some YouTube videos so that other guys can learn from my experience. So check my YouTube channel. You can learn some application over there. So you cannot avoid this situation. As an accountant, you have to learn about how to use Excel at least. Yeah, you have to be able to make a good presentation with PowerPoint. Just don't use the standard template, because people already see that a million of times. Yeah, so you have to learn. Okay, it is very hard, but this is the situation. I'm one of the happiest person because of pandemic, because now I can work from home to any other parties. Yeah, I can work for the Kementerian Pan RB. I can work for the Bantul, Pemda DIY, and so on, but still from home. Okay, hope that will answer your question. Second, from Sharif, Jember University. This is the student of Ibu Yosefa Sayakti, I believe, yeah. What is the importance of AI that AI can replace human being in decision making? Thank you. Okay. AI is an application that can learn from the data. For example, take a look at Google Maps. I believe all of you already familiar with Google Maps, right? If you open Google Maps and you take a look at the map, sometimes the road has red color. What does that mean? That means that the traffic is jammed, right? How tell Google Map that the traffic is jammed in that road? Nobody actually. But Google read all the cell phone that is passing that road. And suddenly they stop or they slow down. And Google can learn that this must be a traffic jam. And Google will change the regular color to red. How about in accounting? Yes, you can learn how to make a dashboard in Excel, for example. Yeah, you use a little bit more data, and with that dashboard system, you can get the information automatically which one or which data has red color and which data has green color. You can set up with some formula, and then the system will tell you, oh, this red color must have been a problem, so you have to pay more attention in that red color. But in green color, you say alhamdulillah, no problem at all with this kind of data. Okay, and even Microsoft Excel is now getting smarter. I just don't have time to make the video yet, but the some new function already introduced by Excel. For example, LET. So you can appoint a variable let price equals to some numbers and then taxes to some numbers, and then if you have other data that relates to that variable, it will adjust automatically. Excel is getting smarter. And the other function is, for example, is Lambda. You can create your own function with Lambda, LAMBDA. For example, if you calculate your GPA, right? You calculate GPA, you have to sum these numbers, you have to multiply, you have to convert A to 4, B to 3, and so on. And you have to multiply and then you have to divide this number by this number. You can create your own formula that do all those things, and then you can use Lambda bracket GPA and the range of your data, and that's it. You will get the GPA. You just write the function once, and then you can use it for the rest of your life with your all of your data. It is very easy. Probably you have to wait 1 week to for me to upload my video that export Lambda and let. And still there are another function like X lookup. Usually you use VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP, right? Now there is an X lookup, which is very dynamic. You can use left column or right column. In VLOOKUP, you can use just right column, but in XLOOKUP, you can also select the left column. This is some new things. All of you have to learn about these Excel functions, yeah? Okay, and then the third questions, Ricky Husada. In this 4.0 era, technology is developing very quickly. It does not close our eyes that many jobs are replaced by machines because they are considered more effective. How do you respond to the changing world? Okay, My response is that I am very, very happy. Because technology make us easier to do everything. Yeah, as I said before, journalizing or recording journal entries is just a concept. To me, in Indonesian language, I tell to some friends that recording journal entries is mistakes, is tahayul. Because there are no more companies right now doing recording journal entries. They can do by using the devices, right? And even customers right now recording the transactions. Do you think that Gojek write any transactions? No. Do you think that Tokopedia record transactions? They have thousands of transactions every day. Do you think they record transactions? No. Do you think Bank Mandiri records transactions? No. Yeah, all of those transactions are done by the customers. Yeah. So if you still learn some mechanical, something that is traditional, you will be vanished. Nobody will need you anymore, right? In the past, I can teach by writing something at the board. Right now, that is not enough. You have to use books, you have to use PowerPoint, you have to use videos. Yeah, that's why I upload every week just to make my life easier and other people's too. For example, if I advise students to write their thesis, I don't have to explain one by one to every student. I just ask my students, okay, look at this video, look at this video. If you still make those mistakes, I will ask you again to learn many things new. That's why I asked Mr. Ari Masli this morning, how do you learn the software? Because those but train just 1 week, and 1 week is 5 days in the US, right? Not 7 days like here in Indonesia. Now we are working in Sunday, in the Sunday, yeah. Okay, so again, if you use mechanical job, for example, you still audit by doing cross-footing, checking invoice, physical invoice, then you have to find another job. Yeah, but nowadays auditing is a digital process. You just check every data. You don't have to do any sampling process because you can check all those data at once. In the manual audit, you have to learn audit sampling, right? But now we don't need audit sampling anymore. Hope that will answer your question. Thank you, Pak Egi.
There is one last question. Please answer briefly because we almost run out of time.
Okay.
Jenny Hareva.
What is the question? Oh, Jenny Hareva.
Yeah.
I ever heard that accountant would be replaced by technology. Yes, we already talked about that. Let's say now we need 100 accountant, but because of technology, some company really need more accountant because technology make it easier. So, okay, what do you think? I guess I already explained the answer. You have to learn about something new. Yeah, if you learn about the journal, for example, writing invoice, you will be vanished. All you have to do now is to be able to design the invoice digitally. Yeah, you can check my newest video. I just uploaded an hour ago about how to document information system. In this video, I explain how and what methods to document information systems. So students in accounting information system, management information system, in auditing, in any other related courses have to be able to read and write all those new document system. Okay, hopefully that answer your question. Thank you,
All
Pak.
right. Thank you very much, Pak Wing, for very
Okay.
good answer for all these questions. Ladies and gentlemen, students, colleagues, and friends, we are now at the end of our seminar. Hopefully, the materials that are presented by the speakers will be enlighten you, and make you more understand about the needs of information system and information technology. So big applause for Pak Wing from all of us.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. I just want to say thank you very much to Professor Ali Saiful Ali, Mr. Ari Masli, and of course, Dr. Wing Wahyu Winarno. Thank you for being with us for almost 4 hours. Yeah. Well, back to Mrs. Ika. Thank you very much, everybody.
This today's seminar is definitely beneficial for us. We feel so blessed and fortunate to get the opportunity to gain precious knowledge from the reputable and truly reliable sources. Our cordial appreciation once again to the lecturers of YKPN Business School and the Accounting Student Association, the committee for conducting such great seminar. Our sincere thankfulness are also goes to the sponsors of the seminar, which are the sponsors of this seminar are Fajar Frozen, Joe Kos, then supported by AI and GMH Bersatu. And also our media partner Instagram at Info Seminar Nasional, at Event Lomba 67, at webinar.id, at Event Mahasiswa 3, at seminar.ind, and at Pusat Seminar. Last but not least, the deepest and most genuine gratitude to the speakers for the informative and interesting presentation, and to the participants for the very active contribution. Hopefully, the seminar will be beneficial for everybody. Let's give applause for ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, we would like to express the deep gratefulness to all distinguished guest speakers. Professor Saiful Ali, as Associate Professor of Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business, Gajah Mada University. Mr. Ari Masli, MACC, BSIB, as Internal Audit Manager at Mitch Group, Dallas, Texas. Dr. Wing Wahyu Winarno, as Lecturer of YKPN School. To express our gratitude to the speakers, the committee
This is the handsome one, the most handsome.
to express our gratitude to the speakers, the committee would like to send a little gift to the speakers for the informative and interesting presentation. We really appreciate your contribution to this seminar. Once again, we would like to thank to all the distinguished guest speakers and the participants for greatly contributing to this seminar. And for this moment, we welcome all the participants to take part in taking a picture. Please kindly open your Zoom video camera so we can take a picture together.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please to open your camera for a minute because we want to take a picture for the documentation. One slide. One. One, two, three. Next slide. Slide two. One, two, three. Okay, next slide. Slide three. One, two, three. Next slide. Slide. Next slide. Slide four. One, two, three. Next slide. Slide five. One, two, three. Okay, thank you for attention.
Another big applause for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, before the closing prayer, may I have your attention for some announcement, please. First, the certificates for the participants will be ready soon and will be notified to your WhatsApp group shortly. Second, we would like to announce the lucky winner who got prize in this seminar. The list of lucky participants will be displayed on the screen. The winner of the door prize, Jenny, Kirei Bonita, Syarif Hidayatullah, Ignas Novrian, Nita Putri, and Ricky Husada. And the winner of the grand prize is Arif Perdana Yanansyah.
What is the grand prize?
For all the lucky participants, please contact Itan.
Tiket bulan madu pagi.
Itu dia.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, as the gratitude expression to God, let us end this seminar with the closing prayer. Pray begin. Pray ends.
Makasih Pak Saiful Ali.
Thank you Pak Saiful Ali. Thank you Pak Ari.
Pak Adi
Hey Ari, 006. How are you?
Pak Kiarto, Pak Wing,
Pak makasih.
Patrick.
Ya, makasih
Pak Ari,
Pak MC.
Ari.
Ari.
Pamit dulu, pamit. Sukses, sehat-sehat semua.
Ya, makasih. Sehat juga Pak Hardo.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih semuanya. Makasih.
Salam buat istri ya, Mas Ari ya.
Ya, salamin.
Dulu beliau itu advise saya.
Iya, dulu cerita.
Yalah, sukses selalu ya.
Iya, makasih.
Oke.
Ya, thank you Ari ya. Makasih Ari.
Ya,
makasih
Ari. Pak Saiful, makasih.
HMJA sukses ya. HMJA sukses, acaranya lancar.
Makasih Pak.
Makasih Pak. Pamit dulu ya.
HMJA luar biasa.
Pak. Thank you very much.
Ya, izin leave group ya. Leave Zoom.
Siapa?
Saya sudah tidak diperlukan lagi toh?
Oh, enggak lagi.
Have
Oke,
a
makasih.
wonderful day, everybody.
Makasih Pak Patrick. Makasih
Berikutnya,
makasih.
Berikutnya
Ya,
juga
Pak.
belum tentu ada yang hubungi Pak Egi loh. Hanya terima kasih lah ya Pak Egi.
Udah dikasih fotonya tadi udah itu.
Oh, sudah puas ya. Oke. Makasih ya.
Iya.
Terima
Dan
kasih
semua
ya, Pak.
tim.
Terima kasih.
Semua tim ya. Tidak bisa saya sebutkan satu persatu ya. Oke.
Terima kasih panitia
Ya,
semuanya.
good. Ya, makasih. Margaret, Azizah, dan yang lainnya yang sering menghubungi saya, Friska, sampai saya dikejar-kejar. Ayo Pak Egi, mana ini bahannya? Ayo Pak Egi, mana pembicaranya? Sampai stres saya dikejar-kejar Friska. Ya,
Terima kasih banyak
tapi
Pak.
nggak apa-apa. Jadi, ya, I love Friska itu. Oke, makasih. Saya pamit Bika semuanya. Yuk, selamat
Ya, mari,
siang.
Pak.
Assalamualaikum.
Mari Pak.
Waalaikumsalam. Makasih Pak.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Makasih banyak Vika.
Saya juga live.
Saya juga love.
Dadah guys.
Terima kasih semuanya. Thank you panitia peserta.
Terima kasih panitia peserta.
Halo guys.
Dadah guys.
Izin live ya.
Dadah kakak. Terima kasih.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Adam.
Ya.
Jangan lupa beli Dustin.
Jangan lupa cek IG kita ya, Dustin Club. Bye everyone.
Halo. Hai. Halo.
Ya, Bu.
Tadi tuh abis doa baru selesai kan aku baru bilang pray ends. Terus udah pada ngobrol ngomong gitu padahal belum aku closing loh. Maaf ya.
Gak apa-apa, Bu. Gak apa-apa.
Baru mau
Biasa.
ngomong tuh udah langsung
Aku yang salah, Bu. Kan cowok aku.
maaf ya. Barusan mau ngomong thank you everyone, have a wonderful day. Itu udah pada nyerocos ngomong yang itu. Ya, udah lah. Maaf ya. Ya udah sukses ya panitia ya. Terima kasih semuanya. Maaf kalau banyak kekurangan. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Terima kasih, Bu
Terima
Ika.
kasih, Bu. Terima kasih, Bu.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Bye.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Makasih.
Okay, kita end meeting.